Chapter 2408. Yes. I don't think he's qualified either. Please punish him severely. Most of the people were instigated by Kai Xiaoshu. A small group of people didn't say anything, but there was a trace of displeasure on their faces. Xiao De didn't stop them. The messenger of the dragons glanced at Kai Xiaoshu, then at the others, and said, "It seems that you're very dissatisfied with my decision. We don't dare. We just hope that the messenger can handle it impartially. We can't let the Xiao family's father and son die in vain," Kai Xiaoshu said. Boom! A peerlessly terrifying pressure instantly pounced towards Kai Xiaoshu. What? Kai Xiaoshu's expression changed. They actually attacked him? What the hell is going on? But he didn't dare to dodge. He didn't have the strength to dodge. The aura surged, and Kai Xiaoshu's face was filled with fear. If you really have an opinion, you can go to the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan, or even the ancestral dragon and dragon sovereign. But before that, you'd better shut your mouth. Because I don't like noisy people. It's not up to you to tell me what to do, understand? The messenger of the dragons said coldly. I know. Kai Xiaoshu quickly nodded. The messenger of the dragons protected the aura. He wanted to make things difficult for Qin Feiyang, but he didn't expect that he would be the one being humiliated. Why was this? Could it be, what was the relationship between Li Bu'er and the messenger of the dragons? Xiao De glanced at Qin Feiyang, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked down at the messenger of the dragons and said respectfully, Lord, I'll take them away. Okay. The messenger of the dragons nodded. Xiao De waved his hand, and divine power appeared and poured into the dozens of teleportation altars. Buzz! The altars were immediately activated, and the group disappeared quickly. The messenger of the dragons retracted his gaze and said with a smile, Fan Yunzhang, what do you think? I don't dare to talk nonsense. Fan Yunzhang quickly said. It's okay, just say it. After the messenger of the dragons finished speaking, he turned and walked inside. Fan Yunzhang hurriedly followed. After thinking for a moment, he said, Since my lord wants me to say it, then this lowly one will be bold enough to say a few words. This Xiao De has ulterior motives. The dragon's emissary laughed. Then do you think Li Bu'er can safely reach the Dragon God Palace? Fan Yunzhang stared blankly for a moment, then said in admiration. So Sir has already seen through everything. Even you can see through it. If I can't, then wouldn't I be inferior to you? The messenger of the dragon said. Since you have seen through it, and you admire Li Bu'er so much, why do you allow Xiao De to do as he pleases? Fan Yunzhang looked at the dragon's emissary suspiciously. Be it humans or dragons, how can they grow without experiencing wind and rain? If Li Bu'er can reach the Dragon God Palace alive, doesn't that prove that he is indeed a talent? The messenger of the dragons said. I see. Fan Yunzhang suddenly understood and asked. Then what if he dies on the way? If he dies on the way, then it means that I have misjudged him. The messenger of the dragons smiled faintly. Fan Yunzhang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was not worried about Qin Feiyang, but he was a little worried about Xiao De. It was your bad luck to meet the young lord. Back to Qin Feiyang and the others. After opening the altar 10 times in a row, Xiao De finally stopped. Below them was an endless stretch of mountains. The ferocious beasts here were not comparable to the ferocious beasts near Blackrock City. Here, the weakest was a half-step supreme god. Is this the Dragon God Palace? Everyone looked around in surprise. But they did not see anything similar to a building. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf were also looking around suspiciously. We haven't reached the Dragon God Palace yet. Suddenly, Xiao De said. We haven't arrived yet? Then why did we stop? Someone was puzzled. Lord Xiao De stopped. Of course there is a reason to stop. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Why don't you lead the way? Kai Xiaoshu shouted arrogantly and directly began to flatter Xiao De. That's right. The messenger has said that we have to listen to Lord Xiao De's instructions. As a smart person, what we have to do is to obey, not ask questions. A few more people jumped out and stood together with Kai Shaoshi. Their attitude was arrogant. Seeing this, some people couldn't help but show a trace of contempt in their eyes. Xiao De glanced at Kai Shaoshi and the others with a smile in his eyes. These brats were quite tactful. Qin Feiyang looked at Xiao De and secretly laughed. Big wolf dog, see, he is a person who likes to flatter. The big black wolf glanced at Xiao De, his eyes full of disdain. Wait. How did this emperor become a big wolf dog? Big brother. Just as the big black wolf was about to express his dissatisfaction, Kai Shaoshi pointed his spear at them. Li Buer, at the Phoenix Bamboo House, didn't you call us lackeys? Why are you doing this now? Aren't you slapping your own face? Kai Shaoshi sneered. Qin Feiyang glanced at him. Kai Shaoshi, you don't understand. Some people just like to pretend. Otherwise, how can he show that he's better than others? The others beside him also mocked. I see. Kai Shaoshi smiled and shook his head. In the end, he's just a hypocrite. Li Buer, tell me, what gift did you give to the messenger? Why is he so protective of you? Shh. Kai Shaoshi, how can you ask this kind of thing? It's fine as long as everyone knows. If you ask this, what if he gets angry and comes to take revenge on us? Yeah. The beast beside him is a half-divine god, we can't afford to offend it. The group of people echoed each other, their faces full of mockery. The others looked at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf with disdain. They were wondering why the messenger of the dragons would be so protective of them. It turned out that he had given them a huge gift. Xiao De looked at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf with a cold smile. He suddenly yelled, "Shut up! Master Xiao De, I'm just stating the facts. Especially your brother and your nephew, Xiao Yunwen, their deaths were the most unworthy," Kai Shaoshi said indignantly. Xiao Da's hands that were hidden in his sleeves clenched, but his face remained calm as he said, "Don't mention the past again." Kai Shaoshi shut his mouth resentfully. He thought Xiao De would go crazy on the spot, but he did not expect Xiao De to be so calm. Xiao De looked at the others and said, "Stay here and don't run around. The beasts here are quite terrifying. Li Buer, black dog, come with me." Saying this, Xiao De flew toward the mountain on the left. "Where are we going?" Qin Feiyang asked. The others also looked at Xiao De suspiciously. "The messenger thinks highly of you, so he has a few words that he wants me to tell you in private," Xiao De said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and he said with a smile, "Then there's no need to go somewhere else. We can send a message. The messenger also has something that he wants me to give you. This thing is very important and can't be seen by outsiders. In short, just follow me," Xiao De said without turning his head. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and chased with the big black wolf. The big black wolf's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, "Brother, what do you think the messenger of the dragons has prepared for us?" "Idiot!" Qin Feiyang was stunned and glared at him. "Why are you scolding me?" The big black wolf looked at him unhappily. "If the messenger of the dragons really has something for us, why didn't he give it to us directly? Why did he ask this person to pass it to us?" Qin Feiyang thought to himself. "That's right." The big black wolf slapped his head and sent a voice transmission. "Then what does this person want?" The next moment, he stared at Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, "It can't be, obviously." Qin Feiyang shrugged. "This damn thing, I'll destroy him!" The big black wolf immediately roared. Qin Feiyang was stunned and smiled. "Okay, I'll leave it to you later." "Ahem!" The big black wolf's body stiffened and he smiled embarrassedly. "How would I dare to steal your limelight? It's better for you to do it yourself." What a joke. Fan Yunzhang had said that Xiao De had already broken through to the initial stage of the immortal realm more than 10 years ago. He was 2 whole stages higher than him. Leave it to him? Wasn't that courting death? Only a fool would do such a thing. After a few hundred breaths, Xiao De finally stopped after flying for hundreds of thousands of miles. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf looked at each other, and also stopped in the void. Xiao De turned to look at the man and the wolf. He crossed his arms and didn't say anything, but there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Qin Feiyang asked, "Where's the thing that the messenger of the dragons asked me to deliver?" "Ha ha!" Xiao De immediately laughed out loud, full of ridicule. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. "Do you really think there's something to give you?" Xiao De laughed. "No." Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and frowned. "Are you lying to us? If I don't trick you here, how can I kill you without anyone knowing and avenge my big brother and the others?" Xiao De laughed sinisterly. "Despicable!" Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately fled with the big black wolf. Boom! A terrifying pressure immediately surged, and the man and the wolf were imprisoned on the spot. "It's too late to run away now," Xiao De sneered and said. "How about this? I'll give you a chance. Take the initiative to kneel down and apologize, and I'll leave your bodies intact." "Impossible! Let's not beat around the bush. The messenger is our backer. If you dare to touch us, the messenger won't let you go," the big black wolf said angrily. "Ha ha, backer! Indeed, the messenger admires you, but it's just admiration. Besides, no one saw with their own eyes that I killed you. Even if the messenger investigates, I can easily get away with it. At that time, I'll say that you overestimated yourselves and went to provoke some beasts and were killed by them." Xiao De sneered. "You're really a villain," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Xiao Da's eyes darkened and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to kneel down?" Chapter 2409. Qin Feiyang and the black wolf looked at each other and burst into laughter. "Huh!" Xiao De looked at them in surprise. "How dare they laugh? Old man, do you really think we don't know what you're trying to do? I was just teasing you." The black wolf's eyes were full of mockery. "Teasing me?" Xiao Da's face suddenly showed a trace of hostility. He released his aura and rushed toward the man and the wolf. The black wolf stood up, waved his paw, and said contemptuously, "Do you think you can imprison us with your little aura? How is that possible?" Xiao De looked at the black wolf in shock, then looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also raised his hand and touched his chin with a playful expression. How could the aura of a lesser paragon god not be able to imprison them? "Now we'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to us, and we'll leave your corpse intact," the black wolf said. "Haha, are you kidding? Now I'll send you to hell." Xiao De was so angry that he laughed. His aura suddenly burst out, and he slapped at the black wolf. A half-step paragon god was just an ant in his eyes. How dare he be so arrogant? "Brother, go!" The black wolf took a few steps back and waved his paw. It looked like he was closing the door and letting the dog out. Qin Feiyang glared at him, took a step forward, and disappeared from Xiao Da's sight. "So fast?" Xiao Da was shocked. He quickly stopped in the void and looked back and forth. "Where are you looking at?" All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded behind him. He quivered, and without any hesitation, he struck out with his palm. Boom! At the same time, a monstrous murderous aura erupted. Even Kai Shaoshi and the others hundreds of thousands of miles away felt the murderous aura. "What happened? Are they fighting?" The group of people was shocked. In the sky above the mountain range, a painful scream rang out. A wisp of blood-red light, carrying a destructive power, shattered Xiao Da's arm, and then pierced through Xiao Da's back. A bloody hole appeared on his lower abdomen, and blood spurted out. "How is this possible?" Xiao Da stared blankly at the bloody hole, forgetting the pain. Not only could a large success divine lord ignore his pressure, but he could also instantly cripple his qi. Was he dreaming? Clang! A blood-colored sword was suddenly placed across Xiao Da's neck. Xiao Da shuddered as he looked at the blood-red sword. The shock in his eyes intensified. The power and murderous aura of this blood sword far exceeded that of the previous blood sword. "So what if you're an utmost god? I've killed at least 8,000 autarchs, if not 10,000. Who do you think you are? You dare to plot against me? You are really courageous, Qin Feiyang said lightly. What the hell is going on? Xiao Da's gaze trembled. Just a large success, Divine Lord. He was also too ridiculously strong, right? Hee hee. The big black wolf leaned forward and said, Old man, how does it feel to go for wool and come home shorn? Don't be arrogant. I'm from the Dragon God Palace. If I die on the way, you won't be able to escape responsibility. Xiao Da shouted. Haven't you already taught us what to do? Kill you and push the blame to the beasts. I believe that our words will be very convincing. Because in the eyes of others, we don't have the strength to kill you at all. The big black wolf laughed. Xiao Da's body and mind trembled. Not talking anymore? I haven't vented my anger yet. Who are you? How dare you harm us halfway? The big black wolf raised his claws and beat him up. Xiao Da howled miserably. He felt aggrieved and panicked. He was the one who came to settle the score with this man and dog, but he didn't expect to fall into their hands. What should he do? Was he, a small success Divine Lord, really going to be bullied by two ants? However, he couldn't think of a way. His chi was crippled, and he could only use his divine sense. He couldn't even self-destruct. Besides, he couldn't bear to self-destruct. It wasn't easy for him to cultivate to this level, and he hadn't enjoyed life yet. As for his divine sense, he didn't dare to, because the blood sword was on his neck. If he dared to use his divine sense, the other party would definitely cut off his head with a sword. At that time, he might not even be able to save his divine sense. After thinking about it, he could only think of begging for mercy. I'm sorry, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. I beg you, please be magnanimous and give me a way out. I promise that I won't bother you again in the future. Xiao Da couldn't care less. He hurriedly knelt in the void, kowtowing while begging. You're kneeling just like that? The big black wolf was stunned and mocked. You're a small success, Divine Lord, after all. Where's your backbone? After saying that, he slapped Xiao Da's head with his claws again. A big, shiny meat bun immediately bulged. However, Xiao Da didn't care at all and kept begging for mercy. The big black wolf said disdainfully, With your cowardice, you're only fit to be the dragon's lackey. Yes. I'm a good for nothing. I'm a dog. Can you be kind and not argue with a dog like me? Xiao Da cried out. The big black wolf was stunned. He thought that these words would stimulate this person's courage, but he didn't expect him to admit it. Good fellow, he was really shameless. Boring. The big black wolf shook his head. If he had courage, he would be interested in torturing him for a while more. But now, he couldn't be bothered to kill him. Kill him? The big black wolf looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Why don't we keep him for the new year? No, let's talk nicely, I'm begging you. When Xiao Da heard this, his body trembled violently, and his heart was filled with despair. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him, and waved the long sword in his hand. His head immediately rolled down. A divine soul immediately rushed out from the top of his head, frantically running for his life. It was Xiao Da's divine soul. Qin Feiyang waved the blood sword again, and waves of blood-red sword chi surged out. Immediately, the divine soul was also annihilated in the void with a miserable howl. He's courting death! The big black wolf snorted and immediately rushed over to search him. Qin Feiyang dispersed the blood-red long sword and muttered to himself. Damn it, he's plur! Soon. The big black wolf cursed angrily. From Xiao Da's body, it found an interspatial ring and a divine artifact. But the divine artifact was only a peak divine artifact. And in the interspatial ring, there were only a few soul stones, divine crystals, herbs, elixirs, and some teleportation altars. With his cultivation level, he's definitely just a small character in the Dragon God Palace. How many treasures can he have? Qin Feiyang said lightly, glancing at the mountain below. The previous battle had scared away the fierce beasts in the mountain. At this moment, Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, it was quiet, not even a mosquito could be seen. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he took out the image crystal. Soon, a shadow appeared. It was Fan Yunong. "Greetings, young lord." Fan Yunong hurriedly bowed. "Is it convenient to talk?" Qin Feiyang asked. Fan Yunzhong laughed and said, "Of course it's convenient for your subordinates to call you that." Qin Feiyang said, "I want the Xiao family to disappear completely." Fan Yunzhong's heart trembled, and he said in surprise, "Xiao De has already made his move?" Qin Feiyang said lightly, "Not already made his move, he's already dead." Fan Yunzhong was stunned, and said in admiration, "Young lord is indeed powerful. Stop flattering. Can you do it?" Qin Feiyang said. "A piece of cake." Fan Yunzhong smiled confidently. "Very good. Also, give me the coordinates of the Dragon God Palace," Qin Feiyang said. "Okay." Fan Yunzhong nodded. As a member of the Dragon Slaying Palace, he naturally knew the location of the Dragon God Palace. Because this was the most basic knowledge of the Dragon Slaying Palace. However, Qin Feiyang was somewhat shocked. This was because Fan Yunzhong had given him 40 coordinates in a row. In other words, from here to the Dragon God Palace, he still needed to activate 40 teleportation altars. In addition to the 10 teleportation altars from Black Rock City to the Dragon God Palace, there would be a distance of 50 teleportation altars. This was too far. After turning off the image crystal, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered again. Xiao Da's matter was just a small episode to him, but he still had to deal with the aftermath. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang had an idea, glancing at the mountain range further away, and smiled at the big black wolf. "I'll bring you to play." "Play what?" The big black wolf was curious. "You'll know later." Qin Feiyang smiled, and brought the big black wolf with him, streaking across the sky at lightning speed. Roar! Chirp! Rumble! Not long after, on the other side of the mountain range, there was a series of earth-shaking loud noises, as well as the roars and hisses of beasts and birds. "Boss, you're too much of a scammer. You call this over?" After a while, accompanied by an angry voice, Qin Feiyang called him the Xing character formula and ran over with the big black wolf. To be exact. Not running, but fleeing for their lives. Because behind them, there was a large group of beasts and birds. Densely packed. There were at least 500 to 600 of them. And they were all Paramount God level beasts. There were even a few that were Paramount God level beasts. Originally, the big black wolf thought it was something good, and ran over with Qin Feiyang excitedly. But it didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would directly attack as soon as he saw the beasts. And he specifically picked Paramount God level beasts. Wasn't this stupid? What do you know? If it weren't for them, who would believe us when we say that Xiao De died under the claws of the beasts? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it. But there's no need to summon so many? The big black wolf looked back and was immediately scared out of his wits. That mighty beast tide was too terrifying. Wherever they went, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Qin Feiyang shook his head, and a wisp of blood appeared. Several wounds appeared on the big black wolf's body, and blood flowed out. "What are you doing now?" the big black wolf said angrily. "Of course I have to do it. Kai Shaoshi and the others are not idiots. When they see that we are unharmed, they will definitely be suspicious." Qin Feiyang laughed. The big black wolf's face darkened, and said, "Then why don't you hit yourself a few times? Isn't this because you are protecting me? When they see it, you can also get a good reputation for being loyal." Qin Feiyang chuckled, and also got some blood from the big black wolf's body and smeared it on his clothes, looking quite embarrassed. "I don't care." The big black wolf snorted coldly, and suddenly rolled his eyes and said, "Shouldn't Kai Shaoshi and the others be taught a lesson? As long as you are happy, it's up to you," Qin Feiyang said. The big black wolf suddenly laughed sinisterly. P.S. If there are duplicates or wrong friends, please refresh or add a new bookshelf. Chapter 24:10. Back to Kai Shaosher and his group. At this moment, they were hiding on the peak of a mountain, lying in the grass, restraining their aura and not daring to breathe loudly. This was because when Qin Feiyang attacked and killed Xiao De, the nearby beasts fled. Some of the beasts came to Kai Shaosher and his group. These beasts were nothing in Qin Feiyang's eyes. But in the eyes of Kai Shaosher and his group, they were like gods. Therefore, they hid immediately and restrained their aura to the extreme, fearing that they would be discovered by the beasts. "Why isn't Xiao De back yet? Why don't we go and take a look?" someone whispered. "What nonsense are you talking about? Look below, there are dozens of beasts wandering around. Isn't it courting death if we run out?" Kai Shaosher immediately scolded. "Kai Shaosher is right. No matter what Xiao De and Li Bu are doing, it has nothing to do with us. Hiding here quietly and waiting for them to come back is the wise choice." Someone agreed. Roar. Chirp. Suddenly, waves of angry beasts roared from afar, deafening their ears. Closely after, wisps of terrifying auras surged toward Qin Nan. What is happening now? Kai Shaosher and his group were bewildered. The ferocious beasts that were wandering below were also frightened and immediately ran away. "Look!" Suddenly, one of them pointed to the sky in front of them as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. His eyes trembled and his face turned pale. Everyone looked up and their bodies trembled. In the sky in front of them, there was a black mass of things, like dark clouds, covering the sky and the sun. "It seems to be beasts. It's a beast tide." The next moment, a perfected divine lord suddenly shouted. Due to the fact that his cultivation was stronger than others, he was able to see further than others. "What? Beast tide?" Everyone panicked. Why would there be a beast tide? What about Xiao De, Li Bu, and the big black dog? Could it be that they were attacked by the beast tide and had died? "This is not good. It's really not good. Those are all beasts at the paramount god level." A few people's faces suddenly darkened as they said, "Damn it! Why is there an inexplicable beast tide? Everyone must restrain your aura and not be discovered by them." The group of people was extremely nervous. "Wait. There seem to be two black shadows in front of the beast tide. It looks like a person and a dog." Suddenly, another person asked in bewilderment. "Yeah. He seems to be..." Someone took a closer look and exclaimed, "It's Li Bu and the big black dog." After a few breaths, the appearance of the man and the dog also became clear. "It's really them. But why don't I see Xiao De? Bastard, what a bastard! He actually lured the beast horde here. Are you trying to get us killed? You can't accept your own death, and now you want to drag us down with you?" The group of people's faces were ashen, but they were cursing in their hearts. "Where is he?" Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. A man and a wolf scanned the void, their eyes full of suspicion. He clearly remembered that everyone was here, but why wasn't there a single person around? His appearance was rather wretched. He was panting and sweating profusely. The big black wolf frowned and said, "They couldn't have gone to the Dragon God Palace first, right? No way. How could a group of people who haven't even reached the Supreme God realm know the coordinates of the Dragon God Palace? They're probably afraid of the fierce beasts in the mountains and are hiding somewhere." Qin Feiyang whispered and released his divine sense. As expected, soon, he found Kai Shaosher and the others at the top of the mountain. Looking at the group of people who were all scared out of their wits, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. With such courage, they dared to go to the Dragon God Palace? "Don't come over, don't come over." Seeing Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf flying towards the top of the mountain, everyone roared in their hearts. Wouldn't their hiding place be exposed the moment they came over? Just a glance at the beast tide behind them made their scalps tingle. Hey, 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 what are you hiding here for? Hurry up and open the altar to escape." Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf landed on the top of the mountain and shouted, "You two bastards, why are you still looking for us?" Kai Shaosher cursed. "Nonsense. After all, we're companions. If you're in trouble, of course we can't leave you in the lurch. The big black wolf bared his teeth and laughed. Save your uncle. You're obviously here to harm us, but you still make it sound so dignified. Where can we go now? Do you know the coordinates of the Dragon God Palace? The group of people cursed angrily. Stop quarreling. Hurry up and return to Black Rock City. We'll talk about going to the Dragon God Palace later. Someone said. I know the coordinates of the Dragon God Palace. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and more than a dozen altars quickly opened. How does he know the coordinates of the Dragon God Palace? Everyone looked at the altars in surprise. Hurry up! The big black wolf roared. Everyone shuddered and looked at the beast tide that was about to come. They all rushed towards the altars. That speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, everyone landed on the altars. Qin Feiyang also rushed onto one of the altars. The big black wolf rolled its eyes and ran to another altar with a sinister smile on its face. Because Kai Xiaoshe was on this altar. Hurry up! Everyone stared at the approaching beast tide, and their hearts almost jumped to their throats. More than a dozen altars emitted a bloody light. Suddenly, the big black wolf kicked Kai Xiaoshe and several young men and women. They suddenly screamed and fell from the altars. What's going on? Everyone was extremely nervous at this moment, and their attention was on the beast tide. They didn't know how Kai Xiaoshe and the others fell down. Even Kai Xiaoshe and the others only knew that they were kicked down by someone and didn't know who it was. In the next moment, more than a dozen altars emitted a bloody light. The people on the altars quickly disappeared. Don't leave us behind. Kai Xiaoshe and the others roared and rushed towards the altars frantically. But it was too late. The altars began to collapse. The beast tide had already rushed over. No. They wanted to activate the altars to return to Black Rock City, but it was too late. They were directly drowned by the beast tide. In the desperate screams, they were torn to pieces by the beasts one by one. In the sky above a barren forest, a group of people appeared together. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. That was close. Everyone patted their chests with lingering fear. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf looked at each other and pretended to be relieved. Li Buer, thank you so much. After calming down, everyone looked at Qin Feiyang and thanked him. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. But then again, who kicked Kai Xiaoshe and the others down? This is too vicious. I was so nervous at that time. How would I notice this? Maybe they were too nervous and accidentally fell down. Fell down? How is this possible? When I was on the altar, I glanced at them and the one standing behind them seemed to be. The person who spoke suddenly looked at the big black wolf. Why are you looking at me? You don't think I did it, do you? Am I that kind of despicable person? The big black wolf immediately glared at him. No, no. That person quickly waved his hand. He thought to himself, you are not human. But Xiao De was not here, so he did not dare to be presumptuous. That's right. Where was Xiao De? That person turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, Li Buer, where is Master Xiao De? Isn't he with you? Why didn't he come back? The others also looked at Qin Feiyang again. Sigh. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while before he suddenly sighed and said, Lord Xiao De is already dead. What? He's dead? How did he die? Could it be that you and Doggy killed him? Everyone was surprised. We killed him? Who said that? I'll show you right now. Let's see how I'll teach you a lesson. Xiao De is from the Dragon God Palace. Would we dare to kill him? Besides, Xiao De is a lesser paragon god. Do we have the ability to kill him? Grow a brain. Don't you know how to think? The big black wolf roared angrily. Hearing that, everyone looked rather embarrassed. Because that was what they all thought. However, what the big dog said made sense. After all, Xiao De was a lesser paragon god. No matter how powerful the man and the dog were, it was impossible for them to kill Xiao De. Someone looked at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf and asked, Then how did he die? Qin Feiyang sighed and said, "You know that the dragon's messenger has something to give me." Everyone nodded. They had all heard it at that time. Just after Xiao De gave me the thing, a beast that had just become a paragon god suddenly ran out and attacked us. Naturally, we couldn't just sit there and wait for death, so Xiao De killed it. But because he killed it, he angered all the beasts there. Several greater paragon god beasts immediately ran out to kill us. Xiao De saw that the situation was bad, so he let me and the big wolf go first. Then, Qin Feiyang said bitterly. At this point, he was so angry that he couldn't continue. So that's how it is. Everyone was enlightened. In short, if Xiao De hadn't sacrificed himself and stalled those beasts, the big wolf and I would have been dead by now. Qin Feiyang said. You killed the Xiao father and son, so your hatred is as deep as the sea. But not only did Xiao De not harm you, he even risked everything to save you. I have to say that he's really a good person. Someone sighed. Yes. He's different from the Xiao father and son. He's really a good person, Qin Feiyang said with a face full of admiration. Looking at Qin Feiyang's appearance, the big black wolf's eyes hid a trace of disdain. This guy always said that others had good acting skills, but his acting skills weren't bad either. Someone asked. He was the one who gave you the coordinates of the Dragon God Temple? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Everyone was enlightened. It was impossible for this person to know the location of the Dragon God Temple. The dead can't be resurrected. Let's not be sad. Let's hurry to the Dragon God Temple. We have to work hard. We can't let Xiao Da's sacrifice down. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked up at everyone. Yes. We can't let his death down. We have to work hard. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened a dozen more altars. The group jumped on one after another and disappeared. Chapter 24:11. In the north. In the deepest part. There was an incomparably huge mountain range. The towering mountain ridges were like divine dragons lying prone on the ground. In the mountain, there were towering ancient trees everywhere. Even the thinnest ancient tree needed several adults to hold hands to encircle it. The thickest ancient tree probably couldn't be encircled by dozens of people. The top of the tree reached into the clouds. Even the vines were as thick as buckets, like horned dragons, full of a strong aura. There was also a river, dozens of meters wide. The river water was rapid, winding through the mountains. The entire mountain range gave people a magnificent and majestic aura. But strangely, there wasn't even a single beast in such a huge mountain range. Not to mention beasts, not even a mosquito or a flying insect could be found. There was dead silence everywhere. This place was called the Divine Dragon Mountain Range. It was the most famous place in the Divine Land's northern region, and also the largest forbidden area in the north. Because the Dragon God Palace was in the deepest part of the mountain range. The Dragon God Palace was a behemoth standing at the top of the northern region. No living creature dared to take half a step into the minefield. Outside the entrance of the Divine Dragon Mountain Range, there was a vast plain. As far as the eye could see. At this moment, groups of people came one after another and gathered on the plain. They were divided into different camps. Each camp only had about 100 or 200 people. There were strong and weak cultivators. There were war gods at the bottom and gods at the top. Occasionally, one could even see Ninth Heaven realm powerhouses. As soon as these people landed on the plain, they looked at the Divine Dragon Mountain Range, their eyes full of expectation and desire. Moreover, in each camp, there was a leader. As for those leaders, they all had arrogant expressions on their faces. Even those with higher cultivation than them would be respectful to them. For example, one of the camps. The leader of the group was a mere perfect paragon. In his team, there was a half-step Ninth Heaven realm powerhouse. However, this half-step Ninth Heaven realm was extremely respectful towards the peak absolute god. Because these leaders were all dragons' emissaries. In the face of the powerful dragons, no matter how strong your cultivation was, you had to be obedient. This was the way of survival in the divine land. Time passed little by little. There were more and more people on the plains. There were men, women, old and young. There were at least 100,000 people. However, although there were many people, it was very quiet. Only the envoys gathered together to communicate. Swish! Suddenly, another group of people descended. Everyone looked over and a trace of astonishment crept onto their faces. The strongest among them was only a half-step transcendent god. The most ridiculous thing was, it was a half-step paragon god, and a big black dog at that. "Which city are you from?" someone asked curiously. However, no one in the group spoke. Looking at the sea of people on the plains, their faces were filled with shock and fear. There were actually so many experts? In the end, a muscular young man dressed in black stepped forward and said, "We are from Black Rock City." The aura that this muscular young man exuded was only that of an early-stage war god. But he was completely different from the others around her. Even though there were many experts on the plain, there was not the slightest bit of fear on their faces. It was as if this was a common occurrence. "So it's Black Rock City. No wonder the strongest is only a half-step paragon god." "Don't say that. It's already very rare for a half-step paragon god to appear in such a remote place like Black Rock City. But the funny thing is that it's actually a beast." Everyone revealed a look of realization, and the disdain in their eyes became even stronger. There were even people who did not hide their ridicule. "Calling me a beast again? What the hell? Did I provoke them? They speak rudely as soon as they meet?" The big black dog's heart was filled with anger. That's right. The big black dog was the big black wolf. The muscular young man was undoubtedly Qin Feiyang. In the face of everyone's ridicule, the big black wolf and the other people of Black Rock City were a little annoyed. However, no one dared to say a word. Because compared to the various camps on the plains, the people of Black Rock City were indeed too small. However, Qin Feiyang's face was still indifferent. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to the ridicule. He glanced at the plains and saw that there was some empty space at the edge. He smiled and said, "Let's go over there." Everyone nodded and followed Qin Feiyang to the empty space. There was already a situation where they followed Qin Feiyang's lead. Although the big black wolf was unhappy, it could only endure. Because many of these people had the strength to kill it in an instant. How pitiful! I think a small place like Black Rock City should be banned. That's right. Every time the Dragon God Palace recruits, Black Rock City's overall strength is at the bottom. The people of the various camps were whispering to each other. "Big brother, why do I feel that these people are quite proud to be the dragon's lackeys?" When the big black wolf heard these discussions, he transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. "What's the big deal? Everyone has their own aspirations." Qin Feiyang smiled inwardly. He brought a group of people and landed on an open space. Immediately after, he looked at everyone and said, "Listen carefully, this isn't Black Rock City. None of the people here are easy to provoke. Don't cause trouble and behave." Everyone nodded. Why would they need Qin Feiyang's reminder? Anyone with a bit of eyesight would be able to see it. Moreover, those people were not wrong. Black Rock City was indeed a small place. The people around Qin Feiyang had not seen much of the world. When they first arrived here and saw so many experts, they were already scared silly. How would they dare to cause trouble? Shwa! Suddenly, a white-robed old woman teleported and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. There was a faint dragon aura on the old woman's body. This meant she must be the dragon's. And the aura she emitted had also reached the 9 heavens realm. "Greetings, senior." Qin Feiyang clasped his hands. The others also bowed and saluted. The white-robed old woman glanced at everyone and looked at Qin Feiyang. She frowned and said, "Are you the one leading the Black Rock City?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a wry smile, "How can this junior be qualified? You really don't have this qualification. Where is the person leading your team?" the white-robed old woman asked with undisguised contempt. Qin Feiyang said. There was an accident on the way. Xiao De, who led the team, and several of our companions died under the claws of the beasts. Xiao De? The white-robed old woman was stunned. It's like this. This Xiao De is originally from the Dragon God Palace. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. Hearing this, the white-robed old woman looked at the others and asked, Is that so? Everyone nodded. Now these people were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. In any case, whatever Qin Feiyang said was the truth. Then it's really not easy for you to come all the way here. The white-robed old woman's expression eased a lot. It's indeed not easy, Qin Feiyang said. The white-robed old woman said, I'm very curious. What did the messenger of Blackrock City ask Xiao De to pass to you? If it wasn't for this thing, this accident wouldn't have happened. This? For a moment, Qin Feiyang really didn't know how to answer. What was there? It was simply Xiao Da's conspiracy. The white-robed old woman asked. Is it still a secret? The group of people from Blackrock City calmed down and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, Senior, this matter really can't be said. If you want to know, ask the messenger of Blackrock City. Can I understand that you are using your Blackrock City's emissary to pressure me? The white-robed old woman's expression became unfriendly. I wouldn't dare. Qin Feiyang hurriedly shook his head. How dare you? Who do you think you are? I asked you to tell me, so tell me honestly. I don't mind telling you. If I accidentally kill you here, no one will dare to stop me. The white-robed old woman sneered. The people from the other camps, including the messenger of the dragons, didn't try to persuade him. They were all gloating. Li Buer, just tell her. Don't drag us down. The people from Blackrock City hurriedly persuaded in a low voice. Qin Feiyang was not moved at all. He looked at the white-robed old woman indifferently and said, Senior, you're here to pick a fight for no reason. The people from Blackrock City next to him were shocked. They knew that Li Buer was arrogant, but they didn't expect him to be so arrogant here. Wasn't he courting death? It didn't matter if he died, but he shouldn't drag everyone down with him. The people from the other camps and the messengers all looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Was this person stupid? A mere low-level war god dared to offend the messenger of the dragons in public? The white-robed old woman also looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Obviously, she didn't expect that someone would dare to scold her in front of so many people. Saying that she was looking for trouble, wasn't that the same as scolding her? Boom! Immediately, a terrifying pressure surged out. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, Senior, shut up! A lowly human has the right to call me senior? It seems that you really don't know your identity. The white-robed old woman said. You're still trying to take advantage of me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He crossed his arms and said with a faint smile. Then should I call you? In front of the dragons, you have to respectfully call me master, and call yourself a villain. The white-robed old woman said proudly. Master? Villain? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I'm neither your subordinate nor your servant, why should I? This tone, this attitude, wasn't this too arrogant? Everyone felt that it was inconceivable to the extreme. Even the supreme god among them, the experts of the Nine Heavens realm, had to be respectful to the dragons. Where did this low-level wargod's courage come from? The people from the Black Rock City were about to cry. Little ancestor, can you restrain yourself? Don't you have to look at the place and see who the other party is? Ha ha! The white-robed old woman was so angry that she laughed. This was the first time she had met such a reckless human. You don't even know the most basic distinction of seniority. It seems that your Black Rock City's messenger is neglecting his duty. Since that's the case, then let me take his place and teach you a good lesson. After the white-robed old woman finished speaking, she immediately slapped her palm towards Qin Feiyang, her eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 24:12. How could Qin Feiyang dodge the white-robed old woman's speed at the half-step ninth heaven realm? So, he could only enter the castle. Shwa! Just as the old woman in white made a move, Qin Feiyang grabbed the big black wolf and disappeared. And? He still has a space divine item? No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Everyone suddenly realized. But the sarcasm on their faces became even stronger. Did he think he would be fine if he hid in a space divine item? One had to know. The old woman in white was a half-step to the ninth heaven realm. Even with the hidden soul stone, he would not be able to escape the search of her divine will. The old woman in white was also stunned and immediately burned with anger. He still dared to hide. Let her lose face in front of everyone. Unforgivable. Divine will immediately appeared. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air with the big black wolf. In the current situation, hiding in the castle might not be a good thing. Although the mystic moon jade pendant could block the old woman in white's search, once he used the mystic moon jade pendant and the old woman in white could not find the space divine item, she would definitely be suspicious. But if he did not use the mystic moon jade pendant and let the old woman in white find the castle, then it might be even worse. Therefore, entering the castle was not a long-term solution. He had to solve the root problem. At least he knows what's good for him, taking the initiative to come out. Otherwise, this space divine item would definitely not be able to be kept. That's right. How high can the level of a space divine item of an early stage war god be? With this old woman's strength, she can easily break it. Everyone whispered. The people of Black Rock City were also surprised. They never thought that this person would have a space divine item. Why aren't you hiding? Continue. The old woman in white retracted her divine will and looked at Qin Feiyang with contempt. Don't go too far. Qin Feiyang frowned. Haha, how can there be such a naive human in this world? In front of us dragons, if I tell you to lie down, you have to lie down. If I tell you to kneel down, you have to kneel down. The old woman in white laughed with an incomparably arrogant expression. Qin Feiyang's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Did she really want to force him to make a move? Big brother, why don't we make a move? Let her see your strength. Let's see if she still dares to be arrogant. If worst comes to worst, we'll just change our identities and enter the Dragon God Palace. The big black wolf egged on. It couldn't wait for Qin Feiyang to make a move. This way, it would have a chance to vent its anger. Now I order you to kneel. And you! The white-robed old woman's arrogance grew as she stared at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. Kneel my ass! Why don't you take a look in the mirror? Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to make me kneel? The big black wolf immediately howled. I'll go. Even a dog like this dares to clamor with the messenger of the dragons? Has the world changed? Everyone was dumbfounded. My lord. If you want to kill them, then kill them. We are not with them. Li Buer and his big dog are so arrogant in the Black Rock City. Something's not right. They can no longer be described as arrogant. They are simply lawless. The people of the Black Rock City turned hostile as they ran behind the white-robed old woman and stared at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf with righteous indignation. Fuck. You heartless things, if it weren't for my brother and me, you wouldn't have been able to escape from the beast's tide. Is this how you treat your benefactors? The big black wolf was so angry that its body trembled. Do you need to pretend? Even without you, we could have escaped. At most, we would have returned to the Black Rock City first. Besides, who was the one who attracted the beast's tide? Wasn't it you? And now, I seriously suspect that Kai Shaosher and the others were kicked down by you. The group of angry people directly launched a crusade against Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. You! The big black wolf was driven mad. Qin Feiyang stopped the big black wolf and looked at the white-robed old woman. He sighed and said, Look, it's just a small matter and you've made it like this? You're blaming me? The white-robed old woman was stunned. Don't you want to know what the emissary gave me? Fine. I'll tell you. The emissary gave me this spatial divine item. Qin Feiyang said lightly. That's impossible, right? The emissary of the Black Rock City gave him a spatial divine item? If this is true, then how much does the emissary of the Black Rock City value him? Everyone was surprised. The white-robed old woman also had a trace of surprise on her face. As an emissary, she knew the hidden meaning of this. An emissary like her would never put the humans of the major cities in her eyes, let alone give them a spatial divine item. And to be able to do this, it must be someone who was extremely valued. Qin Feiyang thought that by saying this, the white-robed old woman would stop. After all, they were both emissaries and would more or less give each other some face. But unexpectedly, the white-robed old woman didn't stop and said, "Who is the emissary of the Black Rock City now? Show me the spatial divine item." Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang's patience instantly disappeared. The murderous intent in his eyes burst out. "I say, you old bastard, aren't you annoying? What does other people's spatial divine item have to do with you?" At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly rang out. It wasn't very loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone on the plane. Everyone fell into shock. There was actually someone who dared to jump out and make trouble, and even directly scolded the white-robed old woman as an old bastard without any concealment? His guts were too big. Who is it? Everyone came back to their senses and immediately scanned the crowd. The white-robed old woman was also stunned. She didn't expect that there would be so many people who were not afraid of death today. "Who is it? Get out!" After coming back to his senses, he also immediately shouted, "Big brother, did I hear wrong? There is someone who dares to challenge the dragons? I also have some doubts about my ears." The big black wolf and Qin Feiyang were also very surprised. No! It was very unbelievable. Not to mention openly challenging the other party, but also calling the other party an old bastard, this was no longer a matter of courage. It was the attitude. People who dared to say so, their attitude towards the dragons was equivalent to disdain. "This young master." That voice sounded again. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man of 18 or 19 lying on a big rock, his hands pillowed on his head, squinting his eyes, and a green foxtail in the corner of his mouth. And the clothes on his body were tattered, giving people a sense of desolation. But he was very good-looking. His facial features were as if they were carved by a knife, sharp and angular. Two sword-like eyebrows seemed to be carefully tailored, with a sharp aura. His skin was a healthy bronze color. However, his temperament and spirit seemed a little lazy, as if he was sleepy. Who is he? He actually dares to be so arrogant? Everyone looked at the young man suspiciously. The big black wolf laughed and said, "Big brother, I finally met someone who can act better than you." This person's aura was very, very weak. Even the war god had not reached. Just a fake god. A fake god dared to challenge the dragons? This courage was really admirable. Qin Feiyang also looked at the young man in astonishment. His cultivation was indeed too weak. But was this his true cultivation? To be so arrogant, he must have the confidence. Perhaps, like him, he was hiding his cultivation. The white-robed old woman could naturally see through the young man's cultivation, and immediately became furious, roaring, "Who brought this here? A fake god also has the qualifications to enter the Dragon God Hall?" The emissaries of the major cities looked at each other, as if they did not know each other. "So, he came here without permission? Little bastard, do you know the consequences of coming to the Divine Dragon Mountain Range without permission?" The white-robed old woman stared at the young man, her eyes filled with killing intent. "So annoying." The young man angrily spat out the green foxtail in the corner of his mouth, got up and looked at the white-robed old woman, and walked in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang and Big Black Wolf both looked at the young man suspiciously. The young man asked, "Does Blackrock City still need people?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The young man said, "Give this young master a spot." "Spot?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, and finally understood. This person wanted to get an identity through Blackrock City, then enter the Dragon God Hall examination. This is not up to me, it needs the approval of the emissary of Blackrock City. He shook his head. Aren't the emissaries not here? This young master has been watching for so long, it seems like you're the one in charge of Blackrock City. Just say it, are you going to give it or not? The young man said impatiently. Qin Feiyang helplessly smiled and said, if all the emissaries here agree, I naturally have no objections. If they don't agree, it doesn't matter to this young master, as long as you have no objections. Then from now on, this young master is a member of Blackrock City. During the Dragon God Hall examination, this young master will protect you. The young man yawned and said, Protect me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This kid, is he dreaming? Little bastard, how dare you ignore this one? The old woman in white robe was furious. The young man was slightly startled, then turned to the old woman in white robe and said, Sorry, I forgot, why are you still here? Are you waiting to die? The old woman in white robe's expression froze. The corners of Qin Feiyang's and the big black wolf's mouths twitched. Such an arrogant attitude was simply unprecedented. Even they felt ashamed of their inferiority. The others on the plane and the emissaries were also dumbfounded. What was going on today? First, a lesser success god of war was extremely arrogant. Now, an even more arrogant pseudo-god appeared. Has the world really changed? A mere god of war and a pseudo-god could be so arrogant. Little bastard, you dare to be arrogant in front of this one? Very well. This one will let you know the price of being arrogant in front of us dragons. The old woman in white robe clenched her teeth and threw a punch at the young man. Open your eyes and watch carefully, this is the consequence of angering us dragons. The emissaries of the dragon said to the people behind them. In their eyes, the young man was already a dead man. The big black wolf asked, Big brother, aren't you going to help? Let's wait and see. Qin Feiyang whispered and pulled the big black wolf to the side. This young man didn't seem to have any problems with his brain. Since there was nothing wrong with his brain, he must be hiding something. Chapter 24:13. Aside from Qin Feiyang, who held some expectations, no one else on the plane was optimistic about this youth's chances. A mere false god dared to challenge a half-ninth heaven realm cultivator? Wasn't he digging his own grave? But the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. The young man slowly raised his arm and stretched out a finger. That's right. It was just a finger. However, it was this finger that easily blocked the white-robed old woman's fist. How is that possible? The old woman was also petrified. A single finger was enough to block her full-powered punch. Even a half-ninth heaven realm cultivator wouldn't be able to do that. Not to mention a false god. Everyone was silent as they stared at the young man's finger. Was there something strange about that finger? However, no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find anything. It was just an ordinary finger with flesh and blood. But how could it block the old woman's fist? Was he hiding his cultivation level? Was his real cultivation level stronger than the old woman's? But looking at this young man's appearance, he didn't seem very old. Moreover, even if his cultivation level was stronger than the old woman's, the old woman had the dragons behind her. Wasn't he afraid of the dragon's revenge? Impressive! Qin Feiyang mumbled. This person was indeed hiding his strength. Is this real? I don't believe it! The white-robed old woman regained her senses, and she couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. She retracted her fist, and her divine energy surged out as she threw another punch at the young man. Her eyes were full of killing intent. Don't be impulsive! The young man shook his head. But the old woman didn't listen to him. Impulsiveness is the devil! The young man sighed. It was still just a finger. Boom! Their fists and fingers met once again. The result was the same as before. The young man easily blocked the old woman's punch with just a finger. What's going on? I've already used my divine power, but I still can't hurt him. Is he really just a false god? Also, I don't know if you noticed, but he didn't even use his divine power. Just like before, it was just an ordinary finger. This person is not simple. His real cultivation level has probably surpassed the half-ninth heaven realm. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Suddenly, the young man yawned and shook his head. How boring! This attitude, this tone. He was completely looking down on the white-robed old woman. Bastard, I'm going to kill you! The old woman was furious and was about to retract her fist. You! No. The young man shook his head, and a terrifying force suddenly surged out of his fingertip. The old woman's fist and arm were shattered. His entire body was sent flying. So strong? Everyone's mouth. Just the strength of a finger was enough to shatter the old woman's arm. Bang! The white-robed old woman fell to the ground in a sorry state, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were filled her. This kid's strength was definitely above the initial stage of the nine heavens realm. I told you not to be rash. Why didn't you listen? The young man walked up to the old woman step by step. His body, which could not be considered very strong, was now like an unreachable mountain, imperceptibly emitting a powerful pressure. Not only were the people around panicking, but the old woman herself was also panicking. Suddenly, the young man grabbed the old woman and lifted her up. Then, he raised his hand and slapped the old woman's face. Do you know why I hit you? The young man asked. The old woman was stunned. Because you have a foul mouth. You keep calling me a bastard and a bastard. I really don't understand. Who gave you the courage to scold me like that? I've counted for you. You've called me a bastard and a bastard 4 times. I'll give you a discount. 10 slaps for 1 sentence. 40 slaps for 4. After saying that, the young man raised his arm and slapped the old woman's face. How dare you! The old woman was furious and activated her divine art. But then, she was shocked to find that a strange force emerged from the young man's hand and entered her body. Immediately, she felt that the divine power in her body was imprisoned, and she could not use it. What's going on? The old woman panicked. Her divine power was imprisoned. No matter how strong her divine art was, it was useless. Slap! The young man still had a lazy look. But when he attacked, he was full of strength. As the slap landed, the imprint of a palm immediately appeared on his face. Then, the young man paused. One by one, he continued to greet them. Crisp and resounding slaps rang out incessantly. Damn! He slapped the messenger of the dragons in public. He's going to turn the world upside down. This guy, if he's not stupid, he must have a big background. There's no need to guess. Because if he doesn't have a big background, how would he dare to be so presumptuous? But, no matter how big his background is, he shouldn't dare to go against the dragons. It's really puzzling. Everyone was discussing. This person was simply unscrupulous and lawless. So strange. Qin Feiyang was also muttering. What's strange? The big black wolf was suspicious. Why didn't the old woman use her divine art or activate her battle soul? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. The big black wolf said, Maybe she was scared silly. How is that possible? At first, she clearly wanted to resist, and I even felt the aura of evolving her divine art. But suddenly she stopped resisting. It's definitely impossible for her to give up resisting. Maybe. Qin Feiyang was deep in thought. The big black wolf said, You mean, facing the young man, she can't resist? I'm thinking, is her divine art restricted in some way? For example, imprisoned or sealed? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. The big black wolf looked at the young man in surprise. If that was the case, then the young man's cultivation might be stronger than everyone had guessed. Slap! As the last slap landed, the young man let go of the old woman and waved his hand, saying unhappily, My hand is sore. Your skin is too thick. Everyone was speechless. After slapping her dozens of times, he still blamed her for being thick-skinned? How could there be such a person? Wasn't this a classic case of taking advantage of others and pretending to be innocent? Then they looked at the old woman. Her face was torn and swollen like a pig's head. When she heard the young man's words, she instantly forgot about the pain and glared at the young man furiously, her eyes flashing with intense killing intent. The young man waved his arm and said indifferently, "Still want to be tortured?" A hint of panic flashed in the old woman's eyes. What kind of monster was this? Until now, she still could not see through his true cultivation. It was like a vast ocean, unfathomable. Remember, keep a low profile in the future. You should care about what you should care about, but don't care about what you shouldn't care about. Don't think that no one will dare to deal with you just because you have dragons behind you. If I want to kill you, I only need to move my fingers. I'm warning you one last time. Don't be noisy and disturb my sleep. After saying that indifferently, the young man turned and walked to Qin Fei Yang's side. He ignored the man and wolf and fell to the ground, resting his head on his hands and closing his eyes to take a nap. Qin Fei Yang and the big black wolf exchanged glances. Why was he lying on the ground so casually? At the very least, there were so many people watching. He should focus on his image. The old woman seemed to be truly afraid as she glared at the young man silently with resentment in her eyes. "Are you all right?" The other messengers walked to the old woman one after another and looked at her with concern. "Why didn't I see you guys helping earlier on? Why are you acting all hypocritical now?" The old woman was furious. The messengers felt awkward when they heard that. In fact, they wanted to help as well. However, the young man's strength was way too strange and they were not confident. Therefore, they chose to watch from the sidelines. "Don't be angry. Let him be arrogant for now. When Lord Longcheng arrives, it'll be his death." Two messengers sent voice transmissions. The old woman glanced at the two of them and looked at the young man again with a cold sneer in her eyes. Next, the planes slowly quieted down. Everyone seemed to be afraid of provoking the young man and deliberately lowered their voices. The people from Black Rock City also didn't stand with Qin Fei Yang anymore. Although the young man had the upper hand before, as long as one was not a fool, they would know that the old woman would definitely not let it go. When the experts from the Dragon God Palace arrived, the old woman would definitely make things difficult for them. If they were too close to Qin Fei Yang and the young man now, they would definitely be implicated. Therefore, staying away from these two people was the wisest choice. In this regard, Qin Fei Yang also had an indifferent attitude, because he did not have a good impression of these people. Besides, a group of villains who changed their rudder according to the wind was not worth his effort. However, this mysterious young man made him very concerned. On the one hand, he wanted to participate in the Dragon God Palace's assessment. On the other hand, he wanted to fight with the messengers of the dragons. Wasn't this too contradictory? Could it be that he was also like him and entered the Dragon God Palace with some purpose? And this person's cultivation level, he had been unable to determine it. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The big black wolf said, "Big brother, why don't I go and find out his background?" "Don't go. Be careful not to overreach yourself." Qin Fei Yang hurriedly stopped him. Before figuring out a person's character, one must not rashly go and find out his background. Because if the method was not appropriate, it would only arouse the other party's disgust. Next, more batches of people arrived one after another. Qin Fei Yang carefully observed that there were only about 100 people in each camp. At most, there would not be more than 200. On average, there were about 150 people in each camp. He remembered that Fan Yunzhang once said that there were 1,200 cities of various sizes in the northern part of the Divine Land. Every city was in charge of a region. In other words, if they all came, the number of people participating in the assessment would probably be close to 200,000. However, what exactly was the content of the assessment? These 100 to 200,000 people had different cultivation levels. There were war gods, monarchs, supreme gods, and a few Nine Heavens realm experts. If they were all tested together, it would definitely be unfair. Should he find someone to ask? But when he looked at the crowd around him, he decisively gave up this idea. That was because everyone was looking at him with a respectful attitude. Obviously, these people were afraid of being implicated. I hope it's not too difficult. Difficult. Qin Feiyang was not afraid. He was afraid that he would fall into a situation where he had no choice but to expose his identity. Chapter 24:14. Time passed bit by bit. Noon arrived. At this time, no one else came. Qin Feiyang carefully counted. There were exactly 1,200 camps. The exact number should be around 180,000 to 190,000. Swish! Suddenly, a burly man descended on the plains. He was more than 2 meters tall and had a strong body, like a small giant. As soon as this person appeared, a terrifying oppressive aura swept out in all directions. Everyone present, including the emissaries, all knelt down and kowtowed. In the entire plains, only Qin Feiyang, the big black wolf, and the young man beside him did not kneel. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf were a little better, at least they still raised their heads and looked at the burly man. But the young man was still the same as before, quietly lying on the ground with his eyes closed. Not far away, the old woman in the white robe looked at the two of them and the beast, and the sneer in her eyes became even stronger. Continue to be arrogant. You will have a good fruit to eat later. The burly man scanned the crowd, and seeing everyone's respectful attitude, he nodded his head in satisfaction. But just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Qin Feiyang, the big black wolf, and the young man. Immediately, the burly man raised his thick eyebrows, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and said expressionlessly, "Tell me your names!" Li Buer. "This is Junior's partner, the big wolf dog," Qin Feiyang said. The burly man looked at the young man again. The young man seemed to be asleep and did not react at all. "Who are they?" Seeing the great figure of the Dragon God Palace, they still dare to be so arrogant? You don't know later, but these two people can no longer be described as arrogant. The person lying on the ground even dares to beat up the emissary of the dragons. No way! Beating up the emissary of the dragons, is he not afraid of death? Everyone discussed in a low voice. Cough, cough! Qin Feiyang coughed dryly, walked to the side of the young man, patted his shoulder, and said, "Brother, get up." The young man opened his hazy eyes and asked suspiciously, "Has the assessment begun?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "So fast? I still want to sleep a little longer." The young man grumbled as he stood up and stretched. He glanced at the surroundings before looking at the burly man in the sky and said, "Then let's start quickly. Don't waste time. He is indeed arrogant. That look in his eyes shows that he doesn't take Lord Long Chang seriously at all." People murmured. The burly man's face was also gloomy. "What happened? Hasn't the assessment started?" The young man was still in a daze. Qin Feiyang was also quite speechless. He pointed to the burly man and reminded him, "Brother, the one above is asking for your name." "Name?" The young man was slightly stunned. He looked up at the burly man and asked, "Is the name important? Do I have to report my name to enter the Dragon God Palace?" Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. Was he really stupid, or was he pretending to be stupid? No matter where he went, the first step was to report his name. The burly man was also somewhat astonished. What kind of person was this? The white-robed old woman suddenly said, "Lord Longchang, he is deliberately teasing you." "Teasing me?" Longchang looked at the white-robed old woman. "That's right. This person is extremely arrogant. Not only did he openly look down on us dragons, but he also slapped me dozens of times in public. Lord, you must uphold justice for me." The white-robed old woman knelt on the ground and said, "Looking down on dragons." Long Chang's eyes immediately darkened. "Lord, we saw this with our own eyes. It's absolutely true. Moreover, he hasn't been selected by any emissary." Another group of emissaries also said, Not selected? Long Chang was stunned and frowned. Isn't that trespassing? It is trespassing. The most outrageous thing is that Li Buer actually represented the emissary of Blackrock City and allowed this person to join the Blackrock City. A few more emissaries said. Represented the emissary? Long Chang was stunned again and hurriedly said, Wait, let's talk about it properly. The white-robed old woman and the other emissaries immediately started talking at once. In some places, they did not forget to add fuel to the fire. Although many people present knew that they were adding fuel to the fire, no one stood out to expose them. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf were too lazy to explain. As for the young man, he did not care and kept yawning, looking listless and sleepy. So that's how it is. After hearing that, Long Chang came to a sudden realization. Following that, a trace of anger crawled onto his face. He looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, Who gave you the courage to act on your own and have him join your Blackstone City? Qin Feiyang was helpless. He had always wanted to avoid these troubles, but in the end, trouble still came to him. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to speak, the young man beat him to it and said, It has nothing to do with him. I forced him to do this. If you're unhappy, you can come at me. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? Kneel down before me. Long Chang was furious, and a terrifying aura rushed towards the young man like a torrent. This aura. Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. The big black wolf was in a panic too. The aura did not cause any pressure to the young man. He slowly raised his head and nodded. Greater success stage of the 9 heavens realm. Not bad. What? He can still speak so calmly? The old white-robed woman and the other envoys were dumbfounded. The others were astounded too. Even Long Chang was in disbelief. Even the aura of the greater success stage of the 9 heavens realm could not suppress the young man? Could it be that he was also in the greater success stage of the 9 heavens realm? Don't be so childish. Is the trial starting or not? If not, I'll go take a nap, the young man said with sleepy eyes. Long Chang said in a deep voice, You have not been selected, thus you are not qualified to take part in the trial. Please leave at once. The young man frowned and asked, Must I be selected? Yes. Long Chang nodded. The young man said, Can't we discuss it? No. Long Chang shook his head. Sigh. The young man shook his head and sighed. He then appeared in front of Long Chang and said, I'll ask again. Can't we discuss it? So fast. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The young man was right beside him, but he did not notice at all. How did the young man appear in front of Long Chang? At the same time, Long Chang was also shocked. He instinctively took a few steps back and looked at the young man in surprise. Stop talking, this is the rule. His attitude was firm. Rules? The young man muttered and suddenly laughed. Rules are meant to be broken. As he spoke, he approached Long Chang like a ghost and raised his arm to grab Long Chang's neck. Too fast. I can't keep up with his speed at all, the big black wolf exclaimed. The old white-robed woman and the other envoys were also shocked. Firstly, it was because of the young man's speed. Secondly, it was because of the young man's methods and courage. Many people here did not know Long Chang's identity, but as envoys they were quite clear. Not only was he one of the dragons, but he was also the hall master of the law enforcement hall of the Dragon God Palace. In other words, Long Chang controlled the life and death of everyone in the Dragon God Palace. As long as he said a word, no one would resist. But this person did not hesitate to attack. And from the looks of it, Long Chang was not his match. You're courting death. Long Chang was completely enraged, and his divine power surged out. But in the next moment, his expression froze, and then his face was full of disbelief. Because he also felt a strange power coming from the young man's hand and entering his body, and his divine power was immediately imprisoned. Tell me, who's courting death? The young man looked at Long Chang listlessly. Who are you? Long Chang was surprised. You dare to open your mouth and ask without my permission? The young man's fingers exerted a little force, and Long Cheng's throat began to shatter, and strands of dragon blood spurted out. This guy is crazy. He actually injured Lord Long Chang. The group of people turned pale with shock. No matter who you are? No matter what your identity is? You'd better let go of me immediately, or you will face the wrath of my dragons. Long Chang shouted sternly, but in fact, he was also frightened. He did not expect that the recruitment this time would actually attract such a terrifying guy. The wrath of the dragons? The young man was stunned and said indifferently, Then do you want to taste my wrath? You! Long Chang was furious. But before he could say anything, the young man's 5 fingers suddenly exerted force, and Long Cheng's neck broke on the spot, and his head fell. Immediately after, the young man pointed at Long Cheng's body again. Accompanied by a loud bang, Long Cheng's body also instantly shattered, turning into a bloody mist that dyed the sky. What? This is too terrifying. This is an instant kill. A greater completion. 9 Heaven's Realm actually did not have the power to fight back in his hands. The people present and the various emissaries all trembled in body and mind. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf were also shocked. This young man's strength was simply heaven-defying. Look! What else does he want to do? Could it be that he still wants to erase Lord Long Cheng's soul? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly looked at the young man, only to see that the young man had already raised his hand and pointed at Long Cheng's head. What was this if not erasing Long Cheng's soul? Long Chang also panicked completely, his soul escaping from the top of his head without hesitation. The young man's finger landed, and his head also shattered with a sound. Long Cheng's scalp could not help tingling. If his soul did not escape, it would definitely have been shattered together with his head by now. This person was really not afraid of them, the dragons. Otherwise, he would not have tried to kill him in front of so many people. This is the fury of this young master. Can you answer this young master now? Who is the one courting death? The young man lowered his arm and looked at Long Cheng's soul indifferently. To be precise, it was the dragon's soul. Long Chang looked at the young man, his heart filled with a fear that could not be dissipated. This person still had a listless appearance, indicating that he was not serious yet. If he was so strong without being serious, then how terrifying would he be after being serious? At the thought of this, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. Where did this person come from? Still not answering? The young man frowned with a displeased expression. Long Chang shuddered and hurriedly said, It's me. I'm the one courting death, please calm down. Even his tone became respectful. Chapter 24:15. Lord Long Chang has given in? Is that called giving in? That's clearly lowly. Looks like that person's strength has already reached the point where even Lord Long Chang is in despair. Everyone muttered, their eyes filled with fear towards the young man. The big black wolf chuckled. Big brother, looks like we've found a thigh. Thigh? You're thinking too simply. Long Chang might be very strong in the Dragon God Palace, but in the entire dragons, he's just a small character. This person has caused such a big ruckus. Do you think that after the dragons find out about this, they will sit back and do nothing? Qin Feiyang thought. That's right. The big black wolf slapped his head and said, From what you said, this person is actually a problem? He's a problem to begin with. If we want to keep a low profile, then he wants to keep a high profile. It's completely different. Qin Feiyang said. You're keeping a low profile? The big black wolf rolled his eyes. He really couldn't see how he was keeping a low profile. If not for the appearance of this young man, Qin Feiyang would definitely be the most eye-catching person. However, the appearance of this young man helped Qin Feiyang divert everyone's attention. In the end, he still helped them. High up in the sky, the young man smiled faintly, looked at Long Cheng's dragon soul, and said, That's more like it. Then does this young master have the qualifications to participate in the Dragon God Palace's examination now? Of course. You don't even need to take the examination anymore. I can now announce that you have officially joined the Dragon God Palace. Long Chan laughed, full of flattery. Isn't this just going through the back door? This young master doesn't like people talking behind my back. It's better to participate in the examination openly, the young man said. As long as you're happy. Long Chan nodded his head. The young man asked, Then when is the examination? Right away, Long Chan said. All right then. The young man nodded his head, patted his mouth, and yawned a few times before landing beside Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. Brother, you're amazing! The big black wolf immediately went up and laughed. It's nothing. The young man waved his hand, and then he raised his head to look at Long Chan and said, As a member of Dark Rock City, I won't allow anyone to bully my companions. Companions? Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This person was born to be familiar with others. Don't worry. As long as it is a person from Blackstone City, I will take special care of them. Long Chan smiled obsequiously. Does that include us? The 100 or so people from Blackrock City were stunned for a moment before a trace of joy crept onto their faces. He didn't expect to be able to get such a bargain. It was really an unexpected surprise. The young man glanced at those people and looked at Long Chan. He pointed at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf and said, I'm talking about them. The others have nothing to do with me. Long Chan was slightly taken aback and nodded. Understood. When the hundreds of people from Blackrock City heard this, they felt as if they had fallen from heaven to hell. In their hearts, they were filled with regret. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have fallen out with this man and dog even if they were beaten to death. Ha ha! The big black wolf was stunned for a moment, then looked at those people and laughed gloatingly. This was the price of not being loyal. Although they didn't know what would happen in the future, at the moment, if these people weren't so petty before, then under the pressure of the young man, they would definitely be able to successfully enter the Dragon God Palace. As for now, not only did they lose the qualification for special care, Long Chan might even make things difficult for them in order to curry favor with the young man. This was reaping what they sowed. Facing the big black wolf's ridicule, they were also dissatisfied. What was there to be proud of? Did they think that Long Chan was really afraid? He was just temporarily compromising. Once this matter was over, when the experts of the dragons arrived, it would be the time of your death. Boom! Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds rang out. The entire plane began to tremble. What happened? Everyone looked at the plane in shock. Only Long Chan and the group of Envas looked very calm. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf also looked at the plane suspiciously. Clang! Soon, a few more earth-shattering sounds rang out. In the center of the plane, the ground began to crack, and a vast aura rolled out. Everyone retreated in horror. In just a few moments, 4 ancient stone doors broke out of the ground and stood on the ground. They were all more than 10 meters tall and were completely black, exuding a magnificent aura. But the 4 stone doors were tightly shut. Open! Long Chan roared. The stone doors immediately opened slowly, revealing a dark passage. This is the place of the assessment? It's indeed magical, someone whispered. The place of the assessment? Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 stone doors suspiciously. These stone doors gave him a feeling that was very similar to the doors of the God's miracle. Could it be that the place of the assessment was not in the divine land, but on another continent? From left to right. Gods of war enter the first stone door. Divine lords enter the second stone door. Gods of war enter the third stone door. 9 heavens realm enter the 4th stone door. If you can come out alive in 3 days, you will pass the assessment, Long Chan said loudly. Come out alive? Is this place dangerous? Isn't that nonsense? How can it be called a place without danger? I'm not afraid to tell you that I've heard that these 4 places are all dangerous. So dangerous? Then I'd better not go. It's too late to regret it now. If you back out, the messenger who brought you here will feel very embarrassed and kill you on the spot. Isn't this forcing me to die? But no one forced you to participate in the assessment back then, right? You were the one who wanted to come. Some people began to back out. Some were full of ambition. By the way, one more thing. Although there are risks in the assessment place, there are also great opportunities hidden. For example, divine artifacts, divine arts, pills, and other treasures. Long Chang said again. Someone asked, "Are there legendary divine artifacts and divine arts?" "Yes. As long as you are lucky, you can get them," Long Chang said. Hearing that there were even legendary divine artifacts and divine arts in the assessment place, those who were timid began to be eager to give it a try. They didn't need too many. As long as they could get one or two, they would be able to make a meteoric rise. Long Chang glanced at everyone, then looked at the young man and said with a flattering smile, "You, Li Buer, and the big wolf dog will go to the Wargood's assessment place." What? Everyone was dumbfounded. This kind of care, isn't it a little too blatant? Li Buer was a low-level war god and should enter the Wargood's assessment place. But the big wolf dog was a half-step god. And that young man was even stronger. Even Long Chang himself was no match for him. If they were to go to the Wargood's assessment place, how would the others survive? Not to mention going to the assessment place to search for treasures. Even if they were lucky enough to find treasures, it wouldn't be their turn. Because as long as the young man stretched out his hand, they would have to obediently hand it over. In short, letting the big wolf dog and the young man go to the Wargood's assessment place was like dominating the place. The young man glanced at the first stone door and said to Long Chang, "You really know how to take care of people, but this young master is not interested in that kind of low-level place." Long Chang was stunned. He still didn't buy it? "Let's go." The young man glanced at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf, then walked straight to the fourth stone door. "Why did you call us?" The big black wolf was stunned. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and said with a smile, "Then let's go, since it has already come to this situation, it's safer to follow him." "All right, you have the final say." The big black wolf nodded. Indeed. This time, they had offended the old woman in the white robe. Perhaps this old witch would tamper with the assessment place. Of course. It also believed that with Qin Feiyang's trump card, he would be able to easily deal with it. But now, in order to hide his identity, Qin Feiyang didn't dare to use these trump cards easily, so following the young man was the best choice. If he didn't want a free shield, he would be a fool. Walking in front of the stone door, Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf didn't stop at all. They directly followed the young man and stepped into the stone door. At that moment, the two men and one beast disappeared from everyone's sight. Long Chang looked at the stone door, and a bone-piercing cold light flashed across his eyes. Following closely, he retracted his gaze and looked at the people on the plain, shouting, "Those who are half a step into the 9th heaven realm and above stay here first. As for the rest, you have 10 breaths to enter the assessment door, otherwise you will be killed without mercy." Hearing this, the people on the plain immediately turned into 3 torrents, and rushed towards the 3 stone doors. "You're courting death!" Suddenly, Long Chang roared. A wisp of divine sense flew out, and struck a burly man who was about to enter the first stone door. This person was a great success divine lord, but he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to enter the assessment place of the war god. Because in the assessment place of the war god, with his great success divine lord cultivation, he would definitely be able to pass easily. However, he couldn't escape Long Chang's eyes and was directly killed by Long Chang. Originally, there were many people who had the same idea as that person, but when they saw that person being mercilessly killed, they immediately became obedient. In less than 10 breaths, the entire plain became empty. Other than the 1,000 or so dragons' messengers who led the team, there were only 5 middle-aged men and women and 2 old men left. They were the 9th heaven realm experts who had come to participate in the assessment. Long Chang looked at the 7 of them and said, "I'll give you a mission. Please instruct us." The 7 of them said respectfully. The killing intent in Long Chang's eyes burst out without any concealment as he said, Kill Li Buer and the others at the assessment place. What? The expressions of the 7 people changed. They didn't expect that they would be given this mission. Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf, with their strength of the 9th heaven realm, they could easily deal with them. But that youth, even Long Chang, who was at the 9th heaven realm, was no match for him, so they definitely couldn't. Because the strongest among them was only at the initial 9th heaven realm. Wasn't this sending them to their deaths? They came to the Dragon God Palace only to seek resources. Because when they reached the 9th heaven realm, without a large amount of resources, it was very difficult to improve. They only wanted to cultivate quietly and didn't want to meddle in other people's business, let alone die. But they didn't dare to disobey Long Chang's orders. Because if they didn't listen, they would definitely be hated by Long Chang. He might even attack them right now. Although Long Chang's physical body was shattered, his 9th heaven realm dragon soul was enough to kill them. And most importantly, Long Chang had dragons behind him. No matter how bold they were, they didn't dare to go against the dragons. Although your cultivation is not bad, you are nothing in front of us dragons. It's best if you know what's good for you. The white-robed old woman looked at the 7 people's troubled faces and smiled sinisterly. The 7 people's eyes trembled. The threat was already very obvious. Long Chang coughed and looked at the white-robed old woman. You should have a better attitude when asking for help. Yes, yes, yes. The white-robed old woman hurriedly nodded, but her eyes were full of coldness as she looked at the 7 people. The other envoys also had bad intentions. How about this? As long as you can kill them, you can take any resources in the Dragon God Palace in the future. Also, your cultivation is so strong, I can let you enter the law enforcement hall. Long Chang said temptingly. The 7 people looked at each other and asked Long Chang. Including soul stones? Of course. Long Chang nodded. Okay. We will definitely kill them. The 7 people couldn't resist the temptation in the end. They nodded heavily and walked towards the 4th stone door. Long Chang, the white-robed old woman, and the other envoys looked at the backs of the 7 people with a trace of mockery in their eyes. Humans were so easy to use. Just give them some benefits, and they were as obedient as dogs. Chapter 24:16. At the testing ground of the 9 heavens realm. It was a glacier. It was covered in white snow as far as the eye could see. The void was also filled with biting cold winds. It was snowing heavily in the sky too. The entire world was covered in white. High up in the sky, 2 men and 1 beast stood against the wind. Despite the bone-chilling cold, they did not feel any coldness at all. They were Qin Feiyang, the young man, and Big Black Wolf. This is the testing ground of the 9 heavens realm? Big Black Wolf looked around in surprise but did not find any signs of danger. Since it's the testing ground of the 9 heavens realm, it's definitely not a simple place. Don't let your guard down. Qin Feiyang reminded and turned to the young man. The young man was still sleepy and listless, as if nothing could rouse his spirits. What a weirdo. Qin Feiyang asked. Brother, do you know this place well? Brother? The young man was startled and looked at Qin Feiyang up and down. Is there a problem? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. That was how he addressed him from the beginning. However, this person did not show any dissatisfaction, so he just called him that casually. However, judging from the young man's attitude, it seemed like he was unhappy with the way he addressed him. The young man remained silent. His eyes flickered and no one knew what he was thinking. A moment later, the young man's lips twitched slightly as he shook his head. No problem. Saying that, he did not say anything else and continued to look at the glacier ahead. Qin Feiyang and Big Black Wolf exchanged glances with a hint of helplessness. It was hard to see through this person. This place, it's my first time here too, so I don't know much about it. However, I have a feeling that danger is coming, the young man said. Danger? Qin Feiyang and Big Black Wolf were startled. They followed the young man's gaze and saw nothing apart from the glacier. Just as they were feeling suspicious, the young man said lazily. It's here. It's here? What's here? Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf were both surprised. Can you not be so flustered? Woo woo! Crack! Rumble! The next moment, accompanied by a deafening howl, a hurricane swept over from afar. Everywhere it went, a snowstorm was formed. The glacier was also crazily shattering. From afar they looked like a group of ferocious beasts roaring as they charged over. There is indeed danger! Qin Feiyang felt a chill in his heart. The hurricane was still hundreds of thousands of miles away, but he could already feel the threat of death. The big black wolf's pupils abruptly shrank. These hurricanes could definitely kill them instantly. Storm? Is this the test of the Nine Heavens realm? Suddenly, behind him, two suspicious voices sounded. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf turned around and saw the 7 people standing in the void behind them, looking at the hurricanes with a hint of confusion in their eyes. Big brother, their auras seem to be all in the Nine Heavens realm. The big black wolf transmitted its voice. Nonsense! Who else can enter the test if they are not in the Nine Heavens realm? Only the 2 of us are the exception, Qin Feiyang thought. One of the old men came back to his senses and looked at the 2 people and the beast with a smile. The 3 of you, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf replied. But the young man only glanced at the 7 of them indifferently and yawned, looking sleepy. The 7 of them did not say anything. Facing Long Chang and the messenger of the dragons, this person had such an attitude, let alone them. While they were talking, the hurricane had already surged over. It covered the sky and covered the earth, and there was no way to avoid it. The destructive power of these hurricanes is not very strong. I'll go and destroy them. One of the middle-aged men smiled proudly and stepped out, blocking in front of the hurricane. Divine power surged and turned into a wave of anger that blasted toward the hurricane. Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man's back. This person's cultivation was half a step into the Nine Heavens realm, so it would not be a problem for him to destroy the hurricane. However, when he glanced at the young man beside him, he found the young man's eyes were filled with a hint of mockery. This caused Qin Feiyang to be taken aback. Why was he looking at him like that at a time like this? Could it be? Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and quickly looked at the middle-aged man again. The hurricane arrived and clashed with the middle-aged man's divine power. However, right before they met, the power of the hurricane suddenly soared by a large margin. The middle-aged man's divine power dissipated on the spot, unable to withstand a single blow. How is this possible? The middle-aged man's expression stiffened. The 6 people standing behind Qin Feiyang were also stupefied. They were filled with disbelief. The hurricane's power could be increased. Fall back! Suddenly, one of the women yelled at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shuddered and collected his thoughts. He immediately saw the hurricanes coming at him like terrifying beasts with their bloody mouths wide open, revealing their sharp fangs. In an instant, the hurricane drowned the middle-aged man. Cries of agony could be heard in the hurricane. Save him! The woman yelled. The 6 of them immediately released their divine power and attacked the hurricane together. Among the 6 of them, 4 were at the half-step 9th heaven state and 2 were at the early stage 9th heaven state. This lineup was quite terrifying. However, the 6 of them couldn't defeat the hurricane, and could only watch as the middle-aged man was torn to pieces by the hurricane. So terrifying? The big black wolf's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. Only the young man was still yawning as usual. He didn't care about the middle-aged man's death at all. Damn it, damn it! The old man who greeted Qin Feiyang first couldn't help but yell. Even this storm was so terrifying. How dangerous was this test ground? Don't yell. Destroy the hurricane with all your might! Another old man yelled. Boom! Clang! The 6 of them immediately activated their divine arts, all of which were peak divine arts. They carried with them the power to destroy the world and attack the hurricane. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, the roaring hurricane finally disintegrated. There was nothing left of the middle-aged man. The 6 of them watched the hurricane collapse. Although they were in a glacier, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This was just the beginning, and one of them had already died. What kind of danger was waiting for them? It was hard to imagine. Most importantly, they still had a mission to complete. They had to kill Qin Feiyang, the big black wolf, and the young man. But now, they couldn't even protect themselves. How could they complete the mission? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the 6 of them. My condolences. The 6 of them looked at Qin Feiyang and then at the young man. Don't be in a hurry. We'll find a chance after we pass the test, one of the old men said telepathically. Okay. The other 5 nodded in agreement. The old man looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a hoarse voice, Brotherly, this place is too dangerous. Why don't we go together so that we can take care of each other? Qin Feiyang was naturally willing. Because with these 9 Heaven's Realm experts protecting them, he didn't need to do anything. But this matter had to be agreed by the young man. So, he turned his head and looked at the young man. It doesn't matter. The young man shrugged. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought that the young man would consider it or refuse directly. But he didn't expect that he would nod his head so straightforwardly. It was really unexpected. All right then, let's go together. Qin Feiyang looked at the old man and smiled. The 6 of them also had a trace of joy on their faces. As long as they got close to these 2 people and 1 beast, they would definitely find a chance to kill them. The big black wolf asked. Then, where should we go next? There was not even a sign in the vast glacier. Long Chang didn't introduce the situation of the assessment ground at that time. Now, it was like they were at a loss. The old man said. Next, of course, we're going to find the exit. The big black wolf said. Do you know where the exit is? I don't know. The old man shook his head. You don't know either? The big black wolf frowned and looked at the other 5. We're not sure either. The 5 of them also said with bitter smiles. You guys came from a big place after all. Don't you know how to ask around in advance? The big black wolf was speechless. Who said we didn't ask around? But the situation in the assessment ground is forbidden to be revealed to outsiders. I have a good friend in the Dragon God Palace. I went to look for him a few days ago. But no matter how I asked him, he wouldn't say anything. The 6 of them were rather bitter in their hearts. The big black wolf turned to Qin Feiyang and asked, Bro, what should we do now? How would I know? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Long Chang was really irresponsible. He should at least explain the basic situation. Right now, they were like headless flies. Southwest. Just as everyone was at a loss, the young man at the side suddenly spoke. Southwest? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned and immediately looked at the young man. The young man said indifferently, The previous storm surged from that direction. Can that be considered a basis? The 6 of them exchanged glances. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. Since there's no clear target, the direction of the storm is indeed the best choice. Makes sense. Because the entrance is usually at the most dangerous place. The big black wolf agreed. The 6 of them exchanged glances and looked at the glacier in front of them. In the end, the old man clenched his teeth and looked at the 2 men and 1 beast. All right, we'll listen to you guys. Let's go. Woo! Crack! Rumble! Before the old man finished speaking, a deafening howl was heard again. The group of people's expressions changed and they quickly looked forward. Then, another terrifying hurricane madly surged in this direction. Both storms came from that direction. It seems like our guess is right. The exit is there. However, Qin Feiyang's face was filled with joy. That might not be a good thing. The 6 of them were worried. This storm could even kill a half-step 9th Heaven Realm expert, which meant that even a beginner 9th Heaven Realm expert like him would not be able to withstand it. If he was not careful, he would die. Although it's dangerous, it's good for us too. Because the more dangerous it is, the easier it is for us to find a chance to get rid of them. The old man said telepathically. The eyes of the other 5 lit up when they heard this. This was what it meant to seek wealth in danger. Follow me to the front to open a path so that we can gain their trust. Then, he turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Brotherly, all of you stay here and don't move. Wait for us to defeat the storm before returning. Then I'll have to trouble you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What trouble? Since we're going together, we'll have to pay if we can. The old man laughed hoarsely and rushed toward the storm without hesitation. The other 5 people also followed closely behind. Chapter 24:17. Big Black Wolf looked at the backs of the 6 and asked doubtfully, Big brother, are they being kind too? Indeed, they are too kind, Qin Feiyang mumbled. They are just afraid that they won't be able to pass the trial and will die here, so they are trying to curry favor with us. What's there to be suspicious about? The young man said. If we're talking about curry favor, it's you. It has nothing to do with us. Qin Feiyang smiled. Big Black Wolf added, We're just basking in your glory. It's the same thing, the young man said lazily. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile and asked, Ben, did you notice a detail? What detail? The young man was startled and looked at him suspiciously. They are too close. In fact, they entered the trial together earlier, Qin Feiyang said. Maybe they already know each other? Is there a problem? The young man asked doubtfully. If they really know each other, there's no problem. But I was on the plains at the time, so I noticed them. After all, they are the few 9 Heavens Realm cultivators who came to participate in the trial this time. Of course I had to pay extra attention. They came from different places. Besides, they haven't spoken to each other since the beginning. This means that they don't know each other. But why are they so close to each other as soon as they arrived at the trial? They didn't even introduce themselves to each other? Qin Feiyang muttered. Now that you mention it, it does seem a little strange. The young man mumbled thoughtfully. We've all been through the same thing, so we know how the world works. For example, when 2 strangers meet, the first thing they have to do is to introduce themselves. It can't be that both of them are so close, Qin Feiyang said. Maybe they already knew each other before they entered the trial. After all, we came in first. I wonder if they did the same thing? The young man said. Even so, it's impossible for them to become so close in such a short period of time. Because no matter who it is, they would be wary of someone they just met who is not weaker than them, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The young man thought about it carefully and nodded. That makes sense. If that's the case, these people might be harboring ill intentions towards us? I'm not sure about that. But there's one thing I'm sure of. There's definitely something fishy going on. Qin Feiyang smiled. The young man was stunned and asked curiously, Where does your confidence come from? Experience and feelings, Qin Feiyang said. All these years, what kind of scene and what kind of people had he not seen? Sometimes, one only needed to observe the body language to find clues. What about us? This is also the first time we've met. Are you also wary of this young master? The young man asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, There are some things that you should know in your heart. There's no need to expose them. The young man chuckled and looked at the 6 old men. His gaze and demeanor were as lazy as ever. Boom! The old man and the other 5 had already arrived in front of the storm. Each of them unleashed their strongest divine arts and blasted them toward the storm. With a loud bang, the storm immediately dissipated. Puff! But at the same time, apart from the 2 old men, the other 4 middle-aged men and women immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces instantly turned pale. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and the Big Black Wolf looked at each other and ran over in surprise. He asked, How did you get hurt? The 4 of them did not answer. Looking at the dissipating storm, their faces were full of shock. The 2 old men were also shocked. The man and the wolf became more and more surprised. The Big Black Wolf looked at the 6 of them anxiously and said, Say something. The 6 of them swallowed their saliva and looked away. A woman in black looked at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf and said in a deep voice, "The storm's power has become stronger." What? Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf were shocked. Stronger? I suspect the lethality of this storm may be stronger with each wave. So I suggest that we speed up and find the exit as soon as possible. The woman in black said. The other three and the two old men nodded. Their expressions were extremely serious. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The young man walked over leisurely and said to the six of them. The six of them immediately looked at the young man, all of them hesitant to speak. Don't look at me. Because nothing here can arouse this young master's interest at all. The young man said calmly and walked past them without looking back. Although he was walking, his speed was extremely fast and he disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye. The six of them exchanged glances. The woman in black looked at the two old men and said, "We're too slow. The two of you will take turns to bring us along." The two of them nodded. The old man who greeted Qin Feiyang first waved his hand and swept up Qin Feiyang and the others, chasing after the young man. The big black wolf glanced at the six of them and said telepathically, "Big brother, try probing." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and he smiled at the old man. "May I know your name, senior?" The old man was slightly stunned and said with a hoarse laugh, "Speaking of which, we're from the same family." "Same family?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The old man smiled and said, "Little brother's surname is Li, and so is mine. Aren't we from the same family?" Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "In that case, we're really fated." "Indeed, it's fate. My surname is Li, and my name is Changhe," the old man said. "Li Changhe." Qin Feiyang nodded and pointed at the old man next to him. He asked in a low voice, "What about this senior?" He deliberately lowered his voice. He wanted to see Li Changhe's reaction. "Him?" Li Changhe was stunned and turned to look at the old man with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. However, this suspicion soon disappeared and he looked at the old man. "Little brother, I'm asking you." "Asking me?" The old man was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "May I know your name, senior?" The old man said, "Wang Daoyuan." This person seemed to be a man of few words. After speaking, he continued to scan the glacier with vigilance in his eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Daoyuan deeply. This person was one of the two initial Nine Heavens realm. He looked at the other four people. These four people were two men and two women. They all looked middle-aged and their cultivation was at the half Nine Heavens realm. Li Changhe also asked them to introduce themselves. The two men were called Shenrong and Zhang Yuan. The two women were called Zhou Dan and Xieqiu. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, "You all are from different places, right?" "Yes." They nodded. "Then you all have a good relationship. Those who don't know would think that you all have been good friends for many years," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hearing those words, the expressions of the crowd turned somewhat unnatural. But soon, this was covered up. "Although we are from different places, our goal is the same, to enter the Dragon God Palace. And there are only a few of us in this examination ground. Of course, we have to unite," Li Changhe said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded. It didn't sound suspicious at all. However, he had clearly noticed the unnaturalness of the few people who had appeared earlier. This matter was definitely not that simple. Qin Feiyang didn't expose them and asked curiously, "Then may I ask, seniors, why do you want to enter the Dragon God Palace?" They were a little hesitant. "Seniors, don't worry. I hate gossiping the most," Qin Feiyang said. "Anyway, the dragons aren't here. There's nothing to hide. Actually, people like us enter the Dragon God Palace for nothing more than resources." Li Changhe. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and asked suspiciously, "Then why don't you join the Dragon Slayer Palace? The Dragon Slayer Palace should have resources too." Li Changhe and the others' expressions changed and hurriedly said, "Little brother, you can't talk nonsense." I know. In front of the dragons, I definitely don't dare to mention the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Feiyang said. If there's a chance to enter the Dragon Slayer Palace, it's of course a good thing for us. But the Dragon Slayer Palace has always been mysterious. Even if you want to join, there's no way, unless they take the initiative to come to you. Let's talk about it later. The Dragon Slayer Palace is just a new force. No matter what, it can't compare to the dragons. In the end, ordinary people like us really don't care who rules the divine land. As long as they can give us resources and give us a stable life, it's fine. Li Changhe. Qin Feiyang nodded. He believed that Li Changhe's words were also the thoughts of many people. Ruled by the dragons? Ruled by humans? In fact, it was almost the same. The only difference was their attitude towards the world. For example, if humans ruled the divine land and the ancient world, if they were crueler than the dragons, then they might as well continue to let the dragons rule. Whether it was humans or dire beasts, most of them just wanted to live a stable life. Of course, those with wild ambitions naturally had to be treated differently. However, Qin Feiyang always firmly believed that the ancestors were not such people. Because whether it was the Great Qin, the Forgotten Continent, or the ancient world, the ancestors were all for the sake of the world. This was a great man worthy of admiration, and was also a great man worthy of others to follow. Woo-woo! Suddenly, the storm struck again. Li Changhe and the other 5 immediately took the lead and rushed toward the storm. The big black wolf asked through voice transmission. Big brother, is there a problem? Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Why are you still asking me? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it. If I don't ask you, how can I show that you're smart? The big black wolf chuckled. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he really wanted to kick it. Let's get down to business. If these people are really up to no good, then shouldn't we strike first to gain the upper hand? The big black wolf asked secretly, a trace of killing intent flashing in its eyes. Are you stupid? Where are you going to find free fighters like them? Qin Feiyang said through voice transmission. The big black wolf said, I'm just afraid that they'll stab us in the back when we're not paying attention. As long as we're on guard against them at all times, it's not a big problem. Let them continue to help us open the way. Don't you think it's good now? We don't need to do anything. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The big black wolf also laughed sinisterly. In terms of bad, no one in this world could be worse than this guy in front of him. Chapter 24:18. In front. Li Changhe and the other 5 had already shattered the storm. Shenrong and the other 3 were injured again. Even Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan were pushed back a few steps and their faces turned pale. Obviously, this third storm was a bit stronger than the previous 2. However, to a powerhouse at the level of the 9 Heavens realm, this kind of injury was nothing. Besides, they also had divine life pills. Not bad, keep up the good work. The young man shook his head and walked past the 6 of them without looking back. Even when the storm came, he didn't panic at all and was extremely calm. Brotherly, can you ask him to contribute as well? When Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf flew over, Li Changhe immediately said to Qin Feiyang, This person is stronger than us. If he is willing to help, these storms won't be a threat to us at all. Shenrong and the others also said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He looked at them and said, You all know how I met him. Do you all think that I can persuade him? The 6 of them couldn't help but smile bitterly. Let's go! If it's really a crisis, he definitely won't stand by and watch, Qin Feiyang said. Li Changhe nodded and swept Qin Feiyang and the others towards the young man. Then, every 10 seconds there would be a storm. And, as they expected, each wave was stronger than the previous one. After more than 10 waves of storms, Shenrong and the other 3 were quite embarrassed. Every time they attacked, they would be seriously injured. Even Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan were covered in scars. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf, the 2 with the weakest cultivation, became the most relaxed. After so long, except for the snow on their bodies, there were no scars on their bodies. Boom! Another storm swept out. Li Changhe and the other 5 tried their best to resist. Puff! Suddenly, Shenrong and the other 3 spurted out blood and flew out like a kite with a broken string. Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan were also under pressure. But even so, the young man didn't intend to help. What are we doing? You're risking your life to open up a path for them, and they're just watching from the side? After Shenrong and the other 3 stabilized their bodies, they looked at the young man's posture, and a wave of resentment immediately emerged in their hearts. No! This can't go on. Li Changhe's plan might not work. Why don't we approach them now and assassinate them? Shenrong said in a deep voice. No. The storm is getting stronger and stronger, and none of us know how many more waves are coming. What if it's beyond what we can handle? At that time, even if we succeed in the assassination, we will die under this storm. That's why we can't act rashly. We need to borrow this young man's strength to help us complete the test. Zhou Dan and the other 2 hurriedly said. Then he should make a move. You're just standing there like a second uncle? Shenrong said furiously. Bear with it. This person might have seen that we need him, so he's being so arrogant. Zhou Dan said. All right, I'll endure it. When we find the exit and complete the test, we'll see how I deal with him. Shenrong glared at the young man, took out a divine life pill, threw it into his mouth, and then rushed toward the storm. Zhou Dan and the other 2 looked at each other, took a divine life pill, and rushed to help. Rumble! After a fierce battle, the 6 of them finally defeated the storm, and then they lay in the void, panting like cows. Qin Feiyang ran up and asked with concern, Are you all okay? We won't die for now, but it's hard to say later. Li Changhe smiled bitterly. Hypocrite. A cold light flashed in Shenrong's eyes, and he looked up at the young man and said, Brother, since we're traveling together, you can't just watch like this. However, the young man didn't even look at him, turned around, and walked forward without looking back. You! The anger that Shenrong had suppressed with great difficulty couldn't help but erupt. Shenrong, forget it. It's not like we can't resist now. As for him, when it's time to make a move, I believe he'll definitely make a move. Li Changhe quickly pulled Shenrong and comforted him. Let go! Shenrong shook off Li Changhe and stared at the young man's back, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Qin Feiyang looked at Shenrong and sighed. Actually, it's all my fault. It's also my fault. The big black wolf followed. The 6 of them looked at them suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said. We're just 2 burdens, we can't help it all. Yeah. It's all our fault. The big black wolf nodded, his eyes full of self-blame. It's good that you know. Shenrong snorted. Let's go, the storm is coming. If you delay like this, we'll encounter more storms. Wang Daoyuan frowned. Brother Daoyuan, you're right. The longer we delay, the more storms we'll encounter. Next, we have to go without stopping. Take out the divine crystals and recover your divine power. After Li Changhe finished speaking, he swept everyone up and continued to rush into the depths. Time passed bit by bit. About half an hour later, Li Changhe and the other 5 were already exhausted. Although they were all refining the divine crystals and recovering their divine power, they couldn't keep up with the consumption at all. Because the storm would appear on time every once in a while. More importantly, they still hadn't seen the shadow of the exit. Who knew how far it was from the exit? Woo! Another wave of storm came. The destructive force emitted made Li Changhe and the other 5 despair. If there were only a few waves left, they could still hold on a little longer. But the problem was, no one knew how many waves there would be. This kind of unknown situation was a kind of torture, it would make people collapse. Brotherly, I'm sorry, we really don't have the strength, please think of a way. Zhou Dan said weakly, wanting to give up. What can I do? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Big brother, look! Suddenly, the big black wolf stared ahead, his eyes full of surprise. What? Did you see the exit? Qin Feiyang, Li Changhe, and the other 5 immediately looked up, their faces full of shock. What the big black wolf saw was not the exit. It was that young man. At this moment, the young man was walking towards the storm step by step. He didn't use his divine power, nor did he release his aura, nor did he activate his divine arts. However, the storm in front actually stopped. Then, an even more shocking scene appeared. The storm actually took the initiative to part, making a path. Looking at this scene, the storm seemed to be afraid. How is this possible? Li Changhe and the other 5 were dumbfounded. Wasn't this a little too strange? I thought this would be a very challenging place. It turns out to be so boring. The young man yawned and said without turning his head, "Hurry up and follow." They came back to their senses and hurriedly chased after him. The storm didn't stop, it just stopped, and the whistling sound was in their ears. Qin Feiyang and the others followed behind the young man, walking through the storm step by step. After the group of people passed, the stopped storm immediately moved, covering the sky and earth behind them. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf looked at each other. Li Changhe swallowed his saliva, looked at the young man and asked, "How did you do it? Do you still need to ask? These storms are afraid of me," the young man said lightly. Afraid? Qin Feiyang and the others were speechless. The storm didn't have consciousness, how could it be afraid of this person? But if the young man didn't want to say, they couldn't do anything. Suddenly, Shenrong seemed to have discovered something, and looked up at an ice mountain in front of him. The ice mountain was about 1,000 feet high, and it was crystal clear. And inside the ice mountain, there seemed to be a flicker of light. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Shenrong rubbed his eyes and looked again. The flickering light was more obvious. Could it be? Shenrong's eyes were filled with surprise, and he immediately flew towards the ice mountain. Shenrong, where are you going? Li Changhe quickly asked. But Shenrong turned a deaf ear. Li Changhe frowned, turned to look at the young man and Qin Feiyang, and said, "Let's go take a look." Qin Feiyang also looked suspiciously at Shenrong, nodded, and said, "Let's go." Soon, Shenrong flew to the ice mountain, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Inside the ice mountain, there was a black long sword sealed in ice. The sword was 1 meter long, 3 fingers wide, and there was a black skull on the hilt, emitting a black light. Divine weapon? Qin Feiyang and the others flew over, and when they saw the long sword, they couldn't help but be stunned. Long Chang said that there are legendary divine weapons and divine skills in the assessment area. Could this be a legendary divine weapon? Zhou Dan whispered. Hearing the words legendary divine weapon, Li Changhe, Wan Daoyuan, and the others couldn't help but light up. Seeing that, Shenrong immediately stood in front of the ice mountain, looked at Li Changhe and the others, and said, "I found it first, it should belong to me. Whoever finds it should belong to them?" Wan Daoyuan was slightly startled, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and said, "Who set this rule?" "What? You want to snatch it?" Shenrong said in a deep voice. "Strength is respected, whoever is stronger will have it. If you don't accept it, then come and fight." Wan Daoyuan sneered. "You!" Shenrong's face was filled with anger. Whoever was stronger would have it. Then would he still have a share of the treasures in the assessment area? Not to mention that unfathomable young man, just Li Changhe and Wan Daoyuan themselves were not people that he, a half step into the 9th heaven realm, could deal with. The big black wolf looked at the two of them, and secretly said, "Big brother, I feel that they will fight." Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. "Isn't it better to watch a dog bite a dog?" Heh. The big black wolf snickered inwardly. "Shenrong, Wan Daoyuan, we haven't even found the exit, what's the point of fighting now?" But then, Li Changhe looked at Shenrong and Wan Daoyuan unhappily, then transmitted his voice. "Don't forget our mission, if we don't complete it, no matter how many treasures we get, we will still die in the hands of Long Chang." Shenrong and Wan Daoyuan's eyes widened hearing this, and they immediately calmed down. They were almost blinded by the sacred weapon. Li Changhe glanced at the two and said, "If it's not the sacred weapon, can you let me keep it for now? If the long sword was really a legendary sacred weapon, it would be easier to kill the two of them and the beast. Shenrong frowned and glanced at Qin Feiyang, the young man, and the big black wolf. He nodded and said, "Sure. All right." Wang Daoyuan also nodded. However, the young man suddenly said while looking at the six of them, Hey, have you forgotten about us?" The six of them were stunned. That's right. If they wanted the sacred weapon, the young man and Li Buer would definitely want it too. Li Changhe said with a flattering smile. Brother, you're already so strong, do you still need the sacred weapon? Of course I don't need it. The young man shook his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Do you need it? If it's really a legendary sacred weapon, I'm more than happy to keep it for everyone. Qin Feiyang laughed. Chapter 24:19. Keep it? Li Changhe and the others' faces immediately darkened when they heard this. They claimed that they were keeping it, but in fact, they were putting it in their own pockets. Because once they fell into the hands of this young man, what could they do with the young man's protection? He could only suffer in silence and hold it in. The young man looked at Li Changhe and the others and said lightly, Didn't you hear? Yes. Li Changhe nodded repeatedly. The young man said lazily, Then hurry up. Li Changhe sighed and looked at the ice mountain in front of him. Divine power surged out and he threw a punch. Boom! The ice mountain shattered. What's going on? Li Changhe was stunned. Shenrong, Wang Daoyuan, and the others were also stunned. Although Li Changhe was seriously injured, it was easy for him to shatter a mere ice mountain with his cultivation. But why wasn't the ice mountain in front of him shattered? A hint of surprise appeared in the young man's eyes. Woo! At this moment, another wave of wind swept over. Li Changhe and the others shuddered and came back to their senses. They hurriedly ran behind the young man. Then, the previous scene appeared again. When the wind approached the young man, it automatically parted and swept past them. At the same time, the ice mountain remained unmoved despite being engulfed by the storm. Could it be related to the long sword inside? Everyone thought to themselves. The young man said, All of you attack together. The six of them were quite dissatisfied. Since you want to give it to Li Buer, why don't you do it yourself? Have we really become free laborers? But they only dared to complain in their hearts. Because now, apart from this young man, no one else could help them complete the test. After the wind passed, the six of them worked together and attacked the ice mountain. Boom! Crack! After expending a tremendous amount of effort, they finally broke through the ice peak. The black long sword was revealed. A terrifying cold current also surged forth. The cold current came from the black long sword. This meant that it was because of this long sword that the ice mountain was so indestructible. Shenrong was the first to react. He grabbed the sword and swung it gently. A terrifying sharpness instantly surged out, tearing the sky apart. This is a legendary divine artifact! Looking at such destructive power, Shenrong's eyes trembled slightly and were filled with greed. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Changhe hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Shenrong, wake up. Don't lose your mind. What are you afraid of? With this legendary artifact, we have the ability to resist the coming storm. Shenrong thought to himself. Then do you know where the exit is? How many storms are left? What if the final power of the storm exceeds this legendary artifact? At that time, what will you use to resist? Li Changhe said in a deep voice. You're too cowardly. If you lead us, we won't be able to kill them. Watch me. Shenrong sneered inwardly. Holding the black sword, he ran towards the youth. Li Changhe and the other four looked at each other without saying anything. He could not wait to see how Shenrong was going to kill the young man. It would be best if he could succeed. If they didn't succeed, it had nothing to do with them. Brother, be careful. Qin Feiyang looked at Shenrong and transmitted his voice to the young man. Previously, Shenrong had a greedy look on his face, but now, he actually took the initiative to give it to the young man. Wasn't this too abnormal? When the young man heard Qin Feiyang's voice transmission, his expression did not change at all. He was still yawning. Shenrong walked in front of the young man and handed the black sword to him with both hands. He smiled and said, "Here for you." The young man glanced at Shenrong and reached out to grab the black sword. At this moment, killing intent surged in Shenrong's eyes. He slammed his palm towards the young man's lower abdomen. He thought that no one would notice. He also thought that the young man would not be able to react. However, the young man took a step back in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, and calmly dodged his palm's strike. How is this possible? Shenrong was stunned. Ignorant. The young man shook his head. What are you being arrogant for? I have a legendary artifact now. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Shenrong was furious. He grabbed the black sword and slashed at the young man. Not only are you ignorant, but you're also a little stupid. The young man shook his head. His big hand reached out at lightning speed and nimbly dodged the blood-colored sword. He grabbed Shenrong's arm. Do you know the difference between us? The young man exerted a little force, and Shenrong's arm was immediately torn off. The sharp pain immediately made Shenrong howl miserably. Blood flowed from his shoulder. However, the young man acted as if he had done something insignificant and casually threw the black sword to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed it, a hint of a smile in his eyes. The big black wolf next to him had its eyes lit up. It wanted to pounce forward and snatch it from Qin Feiyang's hands. But reason told it not to do so. After being together for so long, it had figured out Qin Feiyang's character. Coaxing and pestering would not work. There was only one way. That was to perform well. When Qin Feiyang was happy, he might give it the artifact. Li Changhe and the other four were also shocked. This person's speed was beyond imagination. An assassination like Shenrong's was impossible to succeed. They had to kill him when he was completely unprepared. It would be better if he was seriously injured. Otherwise, if they failed, they would be the ones to die. Wang Daoyuan transmitted his voice. Kill him quickly, lest he betrays us. Hearing that, Li Changhe, Zhou Dan, Zhang Yuan, and Xie Qiu felt a chill in their hearts. Wang Daoyuan's reminder was right. This Shenrong could no longer be left alive. He must be killed. The young man listlessly walked in front of Shenrong and said, I really don't understand. Where did you find the courage to do this? You dared to attack me. Plop! Shenrong's body trembled, and he hurriedly knelt at the young man's feet, exclaiming, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, I won't dare. Suddenly, Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan rushed over. Li Changhe did not know when a dagger appeared in his hand. While Shenrong was not paying attention, he stabbed into Shenrong's back. Qi Si, of course, shattered. You! Shenrong suddenly turned to look at Li Changhe, his eyes full of shock and anger. He actually attacked him? But at the same time, Wang Daoyuan slapped Shenrong's head. Shenrong immediately let out a shrill scream. His head exploded like a watermelon, blood staining the void red. Shenrong's spirit still wanted to escape. But Wang Daoyuan's attack was incomparably ruthless. With a punch, the spirit was destroyed on the spot. Seeing Shenrong die, Zhou Dan and the other two secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This sudden scene stunned the young man, Qin Feiyang, and Big Black Wolf. This person is too selfish. If we don't kill him, we don't know what other trouble he will cause. Li Changhe looked at Qin Feiyang and Big Black Wolf and said. Wang Daoyuan added, Kill him and end it, lest he drag us down in the end. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. It was obvious that they wanted to silence him, but they said it in such a dignified manner. He really admired the eloquence of these two people. However, watching these people kill each other was also a kind of enjoyment. Big Black Wolf also hid a trace of disdain in its eyes. As for the young man, he glanced at Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan and said nothing, continuing to walk in the southwest direction. He did not know whether he believed it or not. Let's go. Qin Feiyang put away the black long sword and looked at Li Changhe with a smile. Wait. Big Black Wolf grinned. It swooped down, landed beside Shenrong's body, and directly took the interspatial ring from Shenrong's hand. And it also found a peak-level divine artifact in Shenrong's body. The experts of the Nine Heavens realm are indeed different. Big Black Wolf checked the interspatial ring while happily flying toward Qin Feiyang. There were not only a large number of divine gems in the interspatial ring, but also many soul stones. It was estimated that there were at least a few billion. He won't even let go of a dead person's things. How shameless. Zhou Dan and the others whispered with disdain in their eyes. Shameless? Then you should be careful. Don't die here. Because if you die here, I won't let go of your interspatial ring and divine artifact. Big Black Wolf grinned. Looking at Big Black Wolf's smiling face, they could not help but feel their scalps tingling, as if they were being stared at by a weasel. Half an hour later, the group encountered another legendary divine artifact. It was a snake-shaped sword, its entire body glowing with a faint light, looking quite ferocious. After Shenrong's death, Li Changhe and the other four had completely dispelled the idea of snatching it. In the end, it fell into the hands of Qin Feiyang. Although the legendary divine artifact was not of much value to Qin Feiyang, one had to know that the entire Black Tortoise world was now crying for food. Therefore, now, no matter what level of divine artifact it was, even if it was only a low-grade divine artifact, he wanted it. It was the same for everything else. For example, divine arts, medicinal herbs, pill fire, pill furnace, crystal vein, spirit vein, and so on. In short, as long as it was beneficial to the Black Tortoise world, whether it was good or bad, he would take it all. Another 4 hours had passed. They encountered another 3 divine artifacts. 2 peak-level divine artifacts, 1 supreme-level divine artifact. Although it was not comparable to a legendary divine artifact, it was better than nothing. It was also at this moment, a large outline appeared in front of them. From afar, it looked like a majestic mountain ridge. The group of people flew over without stopping. Snore! As they got closer, they suddenly heard a faint snoring sound. What's going on? Li Changhe and the others looked at each other. Was he hallucinating? Why would there be snoring in this place? Qin Feiyang and the Big Black Wolf were also surprised. If there was a snoring sound, it meant that there was a living being. But along the way, other than the waves of storms that were stronger than the last, they did not see a single living being. Be careful, Wang Daoyuan said in a deep voice, his eyes full of vigilance. Qin Feiyang glanced at him. After interacting with him along the way, he had already understood a thing or two about this Wang Daoyuan. Although this person was taciturn, he was an extremely shrewd and cautious person. As long as there was the slightest movement, he would immediately enter a state of alert. Snore! The closer they got, the louder the snoring sound. In the end, the snoring sound was as deafening as thunder. But looking ahead, there was only a majestic ice mountain range and nothing else. The snoring sound seems to be coming from that snow mountain range? Li Changhe observed carefully for a while and frowned. Chapter 24:20. After being reminded by Li Changhe, Qin Feiyang and the others carefully identified the location and direction of the snoring. Sure enough, it really came from that snowy ridge. This time, they couldn't help but slow down. But the young man didn't. He walked toward the snowy ridge fearlessly. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other, smiled helplessly, and hurriedly chased after him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, they found another anomaly. Every time the snoring stopped, a storm would appear. Could it be the storm was caused by the snoring? And at this point, the power of the storm was enough to kill Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan. Fortunately, the young man opened the way, otherwise they didn't know how many times they would have died. About 50 or 60 breaths passed. They finally saw the whole picture of the snowy ridge. They immediately braked and stopped in the void. Everyone's face was full of horror. including Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. Only the young man still had a listless look on his face. It was not a snowy ridge at all, but a huge snow python. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long. Its head was like a mountain. Its scales were like dustpans, shining with a gloomy light. "It's actually a fierce beast," Li Changhe murmured. The snow python was sleeping. Its head was lying on the glacier, snoring like thunder. And the storm they experienced along the way was born with every breath it took. Just a storm born from its breath has such terrifying lethality. Just how strong is its cultivation? Peak Ninth Heaven Realm? Or Half-Step Eternal Realm? The group of people's breathing became rapid. They didn't expect that such a terrifying beast was hiding in the assessment place. Fortunately, it was sleeping. Otherwise, who could slip away from its eyes? Wan Daoyuan said. "Don't make a sound. Let's go around it." Li Changhe and the others nodded. Although it would waste a lot of time to take a detour, there was no other way. "Wait!" Suddenly, Qin Feiyang reached out to stop them. "What's wrong?" They looked at him suspiciously. "I'm afraid a detour won't work." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What's wrong?" They were surprised. "Look!" Qin Feiyang pointed at the left side of the snow python's belly. The few of them looked over and their expressions froze. Whether it was on the snow python's body or beside it, there was a thick pile of snow. On the left side of the snow python's abdomen, half of the stone door was exposed to the snow. Qin Feiyang said, "I think that should be the exit of the assessment area. What should we do?" Li Changhe and the others were extremely anxious. Almost half of the stone door was crushed by the snow python's abdomen. In other words, if they wanted to leave the test area, they had to move the snow python's body away. But if he moved the snow python's body, wouldn't he wake it up? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, "Can you see through the snow python's cultivation?" Li Changhe and the other four shook their heads. But in his heart he could vaguely guess. The young man said, "Peak 9 Heaven's Realm. Suck." The five of them immediately sucked in a breath of air. It was just as they had guessed. A 9th Heaven Realm ferocious beast was not something they could deal with. The five of them immediately looked at the young man. Perhaps only this young man had the strength to defeat the snow python. "Let's go and have a look," the young man said as he took a step forward and landed beside the snow python's abdomen. Qin Feiyang and the others quickly followed and restrained their aura to the extreme for fear of waking up the snow python. The young man looked at them for a while and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, asking, "Are you sure you want to leave the assessment area now?" "Of course." Li Changhe and the other four nodded. They didn't want to stay in this place for a moment longer. "Let me remind you a little. Just on the route we took, we found 5 divine artifacts along the way. What does this mean? It means that there are still many treasures hidden in this assessment area. If we leave now, wouldn't it be a pity?" the young man said. There was a hint of temptation in his words. Li Changhe and the other four were tempted and looked up at the glaciers on all sides. Leave. But in the end, reason still prevailed over greed. This place was too dangerous. If the young man left them alone, wouldn't it be a dead end? It was fine as long as they could get out alive. As for the treasures, they were all divine artifacts and could slowly find them in the future. Okay. The young man nodded and kicked the snow python, which was more than 10,000 feet long, away like a rubber ball. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Li Changhe and the other four's faces changed and their souls almost flew out of their bodies. How could he be so violent? He should be a little gentler. What if the snow python woke up? If he could avoid trouble, he would try his best to avoid it. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf also looked at the young man speechlessly. He was really violent. After all, the snow python was at the peak stage of the 9th heaven state. Wasn't he worried at all? Boom! Crack! The snow python smashed into the ground and the glaciers within a radius of 10,000 miles shattered. What they were worried about finally happened. "Who is it?" The snow python immediately woke up and a terrifying power burst out. But when it saw Qin Feiyang and the others, its fierce eyes suddenly emitted a strong cold light. Without saying a word, the snow python raised its giant tail and slapped at the group. Damn it! Li Changhe cursed. He waved his old hand and the accumulated snow on the stone door flew in all directions. The stone door was also completely exposed. It was more than 10 meters tall and was completely black. It emitted an ancient aura. Hurry! Zhou Dan and the others urged. The snow python's giant tail was about to fall. Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan attacked together and poured their divine power into the stone door. The stone door slowly opened. The big black wolf yelled, "Why is it so slow? Try harder! What does this have to do with us? Its opening speed is already so slow," Li Changhe said angrily. "Oh no! It's coming down! Little brother, hurry up and block it." Zhou Dan looked at the young man anxiously and said, "Boring." The young man shook his head and rushed forward, throwing a punch at the snow python's giant tail. Boom! In front of the giant snow python, the young man was as small as an ant. But the young man's seemingly weak fist blocked the snow python's giant tail. It's actually not weaker than a peak 9 heavens realm beast. It seems that he's also at the peak 9 heavens realm. It's incredible. He doesn't look that old. How can he have such a strong cultivation? Li Changhe and the others were shocked. Puff! But suddenly, the young man's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell down like a meteorite. What? Can't beat it? Li Changhe and the others were shocked. The young man climbed up and looked up at the snow python. He frowned and said, "I seem to have underestimated its strength. Is the exit open? It'll be done soon." Li Changhe next to him. "Okay. I'll buy you some more time." The young man took another step forward and slapped the snow python's giant tail. "You're courting death." The snow python let out a deafening roar as its huge tail whizzed over. Boom! The two collided again. The young man was hit by the giant tail again. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his pale face was full of weakness. Clang! At this moment, the stone door opened completely, revealing a dark passage. "Let's go!" Li Changhe shouted and rushed towards the stone door first. Wang Daoyuan, Zhou Dan, Xie Qiu, and Zhang Yuan also ran towards the stone door. "Let's go too!" The young man looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang nodded. However, just as the two people and the beast were about to rush towards the stone gate, killing intent surged in the eyes of Li Changhe and the others. They abruptly turned around, and divine power surged out, blasting towards the two people and the beast. "Stay here and wait for your death," Li Changhe laughed. He turned around and entered the stone door without waiting for the result. Wang Daoyuan and the others smiled coldly and entered the stone door without looking back. They couldn't help but attack. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf looked at each other and smiled. They were not surprised at all. "You're courting death." The young man also stopped and smiled lazily. He then waved his hand and the divine power of the 5 men dissipated. Then, he raised his arm and grabbed the air like an eagle's claw. An invisible force rushed into the stone door. "What? How is this possible?" "Don't!" Immediately. Li Changhe and the other 4 were sent flying out of the stone door, accompanied by cries of surprise. The young man yawned and said, "You want to leave? It's not that easy." "You!" The 5 of them stared at the young man in shock. The young man's previous weakness was gone. Could it be that the previous injury was all an act? "Die, all of you!" At this time, the snow python roared and its huge tail attacked. The young man waved his hand and instantly appeared in the distant void with Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. "Quick!" The 5 of them tried their best to attack the huge tail. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly exploded between heaven and earth. However, even if the 5 of them joined forces, they could not stop the huge tail. The huge tail was aggressive and pressed down like a mountain. Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan looked at each other and decisively left Zhou Dan and the others behind. They teleported and dodged to the side without looking back. "You two bastards!" Seeing this, Zhou Dan and the others immediately cursed. But in the next moment, the huge tail fell down. 3 cries of despair resounded through the sky. The 3 of them were directly smashed into meat paste by the huge tail. Their souls were annihilated in an instant. As for Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan, although they avoided the direct attack, they were also swept by the aura of the huge tail. Puff! The 2 of them also spat out blood and smashed into a glacier not far away like meteorites. Their bodies were immediately dripping with blood. One must know. This was the aura of the peak 9th heaven realm. The 2 of them had just reached the 9th heaven realm. It was already very lucky that they were not dead. "Isn't it good to live well? Do you have to court death?" The big black wolf shook its head without any sympathy. Suddenly, its face changed and it shouted, "Not good, the stone door!" "Stone door?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and looked down at the glacier below the snow python. The previous tail smashed down and the glacier was immediately shattered. But the stone door was not damaged at all. "It's good that it's not broken." The big black wolf looked at the intact stone door and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this stone door had been specially treated. If one's strength did not reach a certain level, it could not be destroyed. Chapter 24-21. At the same time, the snow python floated in the air, looking at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in its eyes. The giant tail fell and blocked the stone door. Obviously, it didn't want Qin Feiyang and the others to leave the assessment site. "Is there a need to do this?" the big black wolf muttered. But it didn't have the temper to shout. "Who asked the snow python to be so strong?" The snow python glanced at the 2 people and the beast and said angrily, "Tell me honestly, who kicked me just now? Besides me, who else has the ability to kick you away?" The young man rubbed his neck and said with a faint smile. The snow python was slightly stunned and said with a sinister smile, "You admit it so easily, aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" "You?" "No." The young man shook his head. "I can't? Haha, it seems that the lesson I gave you before was not enough." The snow python was so angry that it laughed, and raised its giant tail and rushed towards the young man. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf retreated far away. The young man glanced at the python indifferently, raised his arm, stretched out his index finger and pointed at the giant tail. Boom! The fingertip and the giant tail collided. An amazing scene appeared. The giant tail stopped. No matter how hard the snow python tried, it couldn't push it down. And the young man just stood there casually. From the beginning to the end, he only used one finger and his body didn't move at all. How is this possible? The snow python was stunned. It clearly blasted this person down twice before. Why couldn't it do it this time? You are also very ignorant and stupid. The young man laughed. His expression was still listless, as if he didn't use any strength at all. I am ignorant? Stupid? Could it be? The snow python was stunned. Suddenly it seemed to have thought of something and stared at the young man in horror. You were pretending before? It seems that it's not to the point of no cure. After the young man finished speaking, his arm trembled slightly and a huge force gushed out from his fingertip. Ah! The snow python screamed. Its giant tail that was covered with snake scales exploded in an instant. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Its huge body was also blown away. At this moment, waves were surging in its heart. What kind of cultivation did this human have? He was actually so powerful that even it, a ninth heaven realm expert, was unable to fight back? At the same time, Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan ran out of the broken glacier and saw this scene. The two of them were also incomparably shocked. He had never expected that even the snow python was no match for the young man. This was definitely a half-step invincible, Otherwise, how could he be so ridiculously strong? What should he do now? He had actually provoked an undead stage expert. Why was he so unlucky? One had to know that the other party was a half-step undying expert. He would rather go out and face Long Chang's punishment than fight here. It's over. It's all over. The more they thought about it, the more they despaired. Even if he was only a half-step invincible realm expert, he was still in existence standing at the top of the pyramid in the divine great land. How could one survive after provoking such a person? Boring. The young man shook his head with a disinterested look. He raised his index finger, and a terrifying aura surged out from the tip of his finger. And this aura was firmly locked onto the snow python. "Don't kill me!" the snow python exclaimed and hurriedly crawled in the void, trembling. The young man said, "Then give me a reason not to kill you." The snow python couldn't find a reason at all. The young man then looked at Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan, saying, "And you, if I hadn't pretended, you wouldn't have exposed your fox tail." The two of them suddenly trembled and collapsed on the spot. "Ouch! Why are you so embarrassed?" The big black wolf suddenly yelled and looked at Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan with a gloating look. "I'm sorry, it's our fault. We were forced to do this. I beg you, please give us a chance to live. We swear, we won't cause you any trouble." The two of them kept begging. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he asked, "Who forced you?" "Long Chang. And those emissaries. In fact, we didn't want to do this, but you know, we humans are powerless in front of dragons." The two of them exclaimed. "It's really them," Qin Feiyang whispered. "Brotherly, I beg you, it wasn't easy for us to get to where we are today. Please be merciful and let us go this time." The two of them said sadly, and they were about to cry. If they had a choice, would they listen to Long Chang? It was all for survival. "Even if I let you go now, after you leave the assessment site, Long Chang and those emissaries won't let you go. In other words, no matter what, you're going to die," Qin Feiyang said lightly. "We'll find a way." The two of them scrambled over to Qin Feiyang and begged, "Brotherly, we know that you are a good person. Can you help us plead for leniency?" Qin Feiyang looked at the young man and shook his head. "It's useless to beg me, because your life and death is in his hands. But you have a good relationship. As long as you ask, he will definitely give you face. How about we work for you in the future?" Li Changhe. "Work for me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. To be honest, he didn't need it. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't nod, Wang Daoyuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. He suddenly stood up and grabbed Qin Feiyang's neck. Big Black Wolf was stunned. The young man and the snow python were also stunned. Li Changhe's face also changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "Wang Daoyuan, what are you doing? Begging him is useless? He won't let us go." Opportunities are found by oneself, and now is one of them. Wang Daoyuan sneered. Li Changhe was stunned and immediately understood. He immediately stood up and looked at the young man. "Get out of the way, or we'll kill him." "Go ahead." The young man glanced at Qin Feiyang and shrugged indifferently. Li Changhe's face stiffened. He didn't fall for it. Wang Daoyuan's eyes flashed with hostility, and he shouted, "Do you really think I don't dare?" "Ahem." Big Black Wolf coughed and looked at the two of them playfully and said, "Let me give you a kind advice. Don't play with fire. Get out. Is there a place for a beast like you to butt in?" Li Changhe immediately kicked him. Big Black Wolf quickly dodged and shook his head. "If you don't want to listen to my advice, just don't regret it later." Hearing that, Li Changhe and Big Black Wolf looked at each other, and a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. Why was he still so calm? They looked at Qin Feiyang and found that Qin Feiyang's face was also very calm. What was going on? Shouldn't he be afraid at this time? Could it be that this person had been silently concealing his cultivation all this time? Was he also a half-step immortal realm expert? As soon as they thought about it, they couldn't help but feel scared. Qin Feiyang suddenly laughed and said, "You'd better listen to Big Black Wolf." "Shut up. The two of them shouted at the same time. Since things had developed to this point, they could only take a gamble. They bet that this person was pretending to be calm. Alas! Qin Feiyang sighed. Suddenly, a woman in yellow appeared beside Qin Feiyang. The woman had an exquisite figure and black hair like a waterfall, but she was wearing a mask on her face, which was quite mysterious. That's right! She was Fire Lotus. Li Changhe and Big Black Wolf immediately looked at Fire Lotus in surprise. How dare you touch my brother, you really have the guts of a leopard. Fire Lotus looked at the two of them, and there was a bone-piercing cold light in her black and bright eyes. Boom! Before her voice died away, a vast and mighty pressure surged out. Li Changhe and Big Black Wolf were immediately imprisoned. Half-step Immortal Realm. Li Changhe, Wang Daoyuan, and the Snow Python were all thunderstruck. Because Fire Lotus didn't hide her cultivation, they could tell at a glance. His heart was suddenly filled with panic. What was wrong with today's assessment? Two half-step Immortal Realm experts appeared in a row? Especially Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan. It was too late to regret. Why didn't they listen to the wolf dog? Weren't they digging their own graves? And this Li Buer was the most excessive. He obviously had such a terrifying expert beside him, but he still acted like he was weak and didn't want to be bullied. Was it fun to play like this? The young man looked at Fire Lotus, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and pushed away Wang Daoyuan's fingers. He walked to Fire Lotus, looked at Li Changhe and Big Black Wolf, and said, "Tell me, what should we do now?" The two of them were extremely flustered. "What do you think? Now you regret it. This is the consequence of not listening to advice." The Big Black Wolf shook its head as it walked over, taking pleasure in the other's misfortune. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them, and then looked at Fire Lotus, and said with a smile, "Kill them!" "Okay." Fire Lotus nodded obediently. "Woo-woo!" The two of them immediately roared, as if they wanted to say something. Fire Lotus slightly restrained her aura, and the two of them immediately roared. "Don't kill us! As long as you let us go, we will do anything you want us to. As you can see, I even have a half-step Undead Realm expert beside me. Do you think I need you to work for me?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Sure. Although we are not as strong as this lady, compared to other people, such as the wolf dog beside you, we still have an advantage. Let's talk about it later. This lady usually doesn't dare to show her face. After all, her cultivation is too strong, and she will attract the attention of the dragons." The two of them hurriedly said, "Son of a bitch. You guys can talk. Why are you dragging me into this? You are asking for a beating." The Big Black Wolf rushed up and gave the two of them a beating. Qin Feiyang didn't care. He lowered his head and pondered. "Brotherly, I can see that you are a person who is afraid of trouble. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so low-key. But as long as you let us go, there are many things that you don't need to do personally. We can help you solve them." Seeing that Qin Feiyang was tempted, Li Changhe and Li Changhe shouted as they were being beaten up, displaying their worth. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them, then looked at the Big Black Wolf and said, "Enough. Be careful." The Big Black Wolf glared at the two of them, then retreated to the side while cursing. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and smiled. "You don't say, I am a person who is afraid of trouble." Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the two of them felt that there was hope. "Okay. I will let you go for now." Qin Feiyang thought for a while, then nodded with a smile. He made a hand seal, and two enslavement seals appeared. "What is this?" The two of them were surprised. "I can't trust you now, so of course I have to control it. Don't resist. This is your last chance to live." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the two enslavement seals sank into the top of the two's heads. Fire Lotus was staring at them from the side. How would the two of them dare to resist? They could only endure the pain brought by the enslavement seals and obediently accept the control. Chapter 24-22. Greetings, Master. After being controlled by the slave seal, the two became completely obedient. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, indicating the two to retreat to the side. The two nodded and stood respectfully behind Qin Feiyang. The big black wolf looked at the two and grinned. From now on, you two are this emperor's little followers. Wherever this emperor points, you will fight, understand? Why? The two were unconvinced. They were already very sullen to submit to Qin Feiyang, a low-level war god. Now they had to listen to the orders of a dead dog. In any case, they were half-step 9 Heaven's Realm experts. Why? Because of the relationship between this emperor and Big Brother. And Big Sister. If this emperor is unhappy, Big Sister can kill you with one slap. The big black wolf said proudly. Big Sister? Li Changhe and the other were stunned. The big black wolf immediately ran to Fire Lotus and said angrily, Big Sister, these two old men are very dishonest. They just secretly called you a hag. Fire Lotus immediately glanced at the two unkindly. No. Don't listen to its nonsense. Li Changhe and the other hurriedly waved their hands. So this woman was the big sister that the dead dog was talking about. But what was excessive was, when did they call this woman a hag? Wasn't this deliberately tricking them? Big Brother Wolf, Lord Wolf, please don't harm us, okay? We'll listen to you in the future. The two secretly begged, wanting to cry but having no tears. The big black wolf smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang glanced at the big black wolf and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. It was obvious that the big black wolf was deliberately torturing Li Changhe and the other. He didn't care. Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. These two should be dealt with. Immediately. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man and smiled. You won't blame me for acting on my own, right? Whatever. The young man shrugged indifferently and looked at the snow python that was crawling in the void in front of him. The snow python's heart also sank to the bottom. What was wrong with these dragons? They actually sent a half-step undying expert to the testing grounds of the 9 Heavens realm? Wasn't this a trap? Now that Li Buer has recruited 2 subordinates, I can't come here in vain. From now on, you will be my mount! The young man suddenly spoke. Mount? Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other. This snow python was really lucky. The young man was so powerful. If they followed him, they would definitely have a bright future ahead of them. However, the snow python was a little reluctant. What is it? Am I not worthy of you? The young man raised his eyebrows. No, I'm not worthy of you. Please let me go. The snow python hurriedly said. All right, then this young master will send you to the afterlife. The young man said indifferently and raised his arm. No, I promise. The snow python's expression changed as it hurriedly exclaimed. If he didn't agree, he would die. What else could he do? They could only submit. Don't look reluctant. If this young master wasn't in a good mood today, a little worm like you wouldn't be qualified to be my mount. The young man took a step forward and landed on the snow python's head. He said indifferently, Let's go. Where to? The snow python asked. To plunder the divine objects here. After the young man finished speaking, he laid down on the snow python's head and looked drowsy. To plunder the divine objects. The snow python was stunned. This guy was too crazy. But the eyes of the black wolf, Li Changhe, and Wang Daoyuan lit up. The snow python was guarding this place, so it must know the testing grounds like the back of its hand. With it leading the way, wouldn't it be easy to get the divine objects here? Most importantly, the snow python was tamed by the young man and was no longer afraid of being killed by the storm. In other words, there was no danger in the testing grounds. The young man said again, Give all the divine objects you find to Li Buer. After that, the young man put his hands behind his head and closed his eyes to take a nap. Yes. The snow python responded respectfully. It looked at Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, Come with me. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. The testing grounds of the Nine Heavens realm presented a peaceful scene. But the testing grounds of the War God, Divine Lord, and Paragon God were full of cruelty. There were people dying every moment. However, some people were lucky enough to get divine weapons or divine arts and pass the test. Early the next morning, many people passed the test one after another and returned to the plains. Long Chang and the other emissaries didn't leave. The emissaries maintained order. Long Chang sat cross-legged in the void and reconstructed his body. But at his level of cultivation, it was impossible to reconstruct his body in a short time. In his heart, his resentment towards the young man was naturally stronger. On the third day, there were already more than 2,000 people who passed the test. Without exception, each of them was in an extremely sorry state. Many of them even lost an arm or a leg. Brother, how is the testing ground of your divine Lord? Don't talk about it. I can only use one word to describe it: terrifying. One word? Are you scared out of your wits? It's clearly 2 words. I'm really scared out of my wits. I've never experienced such a terrifying test. What about the testing ground of your Paragon God? I can only use the word terrifying to describe it. I have a few companions who all died in there. Before they died, they all said that they regretted coming to this test. Everyone was discussing and sighing with emotion. Time flew by. There was only half an hour left before the end of the test. Long Chang also opened his eyes at this time. He glanced at the people on the plains and looked at the 4th stone door. They still haven't appeared? Did they all die in there? That's good. They're all humans anyway. It doesn't matter if they die. Long Chang sneered secretly. It's almost time, right? Seems like it. Why don't I see Li Buer, the big wolf dog, and that young man? Don't talk about it. It's not just them. Even the people from the Nine Heavens realm haven't appeared. Don't tell me they all died in there. It's possible. The testing grounds of our divine battle, divine ruler, and Paragon God are already so terrifying. The testing grounds of the Nine Heavens realm must be even scarier. Speaking of which, Li Buer and that young man are really asking for it. That's right. Master Long Chang already opened the back door for them to go to the testing grounds of the divine battle gods, but they insisted on going to the testing grounds of the Nine Heavens realm. This is a lesson to us. Don't be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you'll be struck by lightning. Accompanied by such discussions, time slowly passed. Long Chang looked up at the sky. The sun was high up in the sky. It was currently noon. Long Chang withdrew his gaze and looked at the 4th stone door. He rose to his feet and yelled, "Time's up!" The gazes of the various great envoys also turned towards the 4th stone door, their eyes filled with cold laughter. This was the consequence of going against the dragons. With the strength and methods of the dragons, it would be easy for them to kill a few lowly humans. However, just as the stone door was about to close, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out. Immediately after, 2 people and 2 beasts flew out of the stone door and appeared in front of everyone. It was the young man, Qin Feiyang, the big black wolf, and the snow python. As for Li Chanhe and Wang Daoyuan, Qin Feiyang had other plans, so he had the fire lotus take them to the black tortoise world. The young man was still lying on the snow python's head with his eyes closed. One could even hear him snoring. Qin Feiyang also had a calm expression. However, the big black wolf's eyes were filled with excitement. In the past few days, they had practically turned the testing grounds upside down. None of the divine items were left for the dragons. They were all in Qin Feiyang's pocket. What? They actually made it out alive? Long Chang and the other envoys widened their eyes in disbelief. The others on the plain were also in awe. These people were indeed extraordinary. Wait! Suddenly, Long Chang frowned and looked at the snow python that was floating in the air. The snow python looked at Long Chang and the other envoys with a hint of panic in its eyes. It seems to be the snow python that guarded the testing grounds. It does look a little like it. The other envoys came back to their senses and looked at the snow python in surprise. What do you mean by it looks a little like it? It is indeed it, Long Chang said gloomily. What? It is the beast that guarded the testing grounds. That's not right. Since it guarded the testing grounds, why is it with Li Buer and the others? When everyone heard the words of Long Chang and the other envoys, they immediately began to discuss. Evil creature! What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Long Chang shouted with a stern expression. The snow python was terrified. Although it was stronger than Long Chang was a dragon. This was an instinctive fear. This was also the reason why it did not want to submit to the young man. Because if it submitted to the young man, it would be equivalent to offending the dragons. The dragons would not let it go. I asked you to guard the testing grounds, but you colluded with them. You really have the guts. Just wait for the punishment of us dragons. The other envoys were also angry. Don't be afraid. Big Black Wolf ran to the snow python and comforted it. He then looked at Long Chang and the others and sneered. It is our ability to subdue the snow python. Why do you care? Presumptuous. You are cheating. Do you understand? Long Chang shouted. This is cheating? Don't tell me that your brain is gone after your body is gone? If we can subdue it, it proves that we have the ability. Ask the others. Who can do it? Don't talk about them. Let's talk about you. Putting aside your identity as a dragon, can you subdue it with your own ability? Big Black Wolf's face was full of disdain. You! Long Chang was furious. He could not do it. But to say it in front of so many people, wasn't it obvious that he wanted to embarrass him? What about me? If you can't do it, then shut your dog mouth. Otherwise, you will only be laughed at. Cheating? To think that you have the face to say it. Big Black Wolf sneered. Okay. You are amazing. I want to see how long you can be arrogant. Long Chang was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his body was trembling. What are you doing now? I just want to have a good sleep. Is it so difficult? The young man suddenly spoke. His tone was weak and he did not open his eyes. However, it was that soft and powerless tone that caused Long Chang's expression to change. His heart was filled with fear. Chapter 24-23. The envoys also looked at the young man lying on the snow python's head, their eyes filled with fear. The young man spoke again. Can you let me have a good sleep? Yes, yes, yes. Go ahead and sleep. Long Chang nodded quickly, his face full of flattery. That's what you said? If you disturb me again later, don't blame me for being impolite. Also, this little reptile is now my mount. Whoever dares to touch it will be touching me, the young man said indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. Long Chang nodded repeatedly, looked at everyone, and said, Everyone get ready. When the stone door closes, we will head to the Dragon God Hall. Everyone looked at Long Chang, then at the young man. This person was still the most dignified. The moment he opened his mouth, Long Chang was obedient. Long Chang coughed dryly, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Where are the others? They're all dead. Qin Feiyang smiled. What? Long Chang was shocked, and asked calmly, How did they die? They were killed by the storm, Qin Feiyang said. Long Chang said, Then before they died, did they say anything? Then what do you think they would say? Qin Feiyang did not answer, but asked with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. How would I know? I didn't go in. Long Chang smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. They did say a lot, but it was basically nonsense. I didn't listen much. Long Chang nodded in realization. Boom! At this moment, the 4 stone doors closed one after another, and then slowly sank into the ground. Long Chang looked at the young man, then at the envoys, and said, The assessment is over, you can go back. Yes. The group of envoys responded respectfully, and one after another, they activated the teleportation altar. Qin Feiyang turned his head and quickly found the old woman in white robes in the crowd, and an inexplicable smile flashed across his eyes. The white-robed old woman also glanced at Qin Feiyang. She sneered inwardly and stepped onto the altar. After the emissaries left, Long Chan looked at the people of the plains and said, "Come with me!" After saying that, Long Chan turned and flew towards the Dragon God mountain range. Everyone hurriedly followed behind him in a grandiose fashion. The snow python glanced at the Dragon God mountain range with fear. Carrying the young man, it braced itself and followed them. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf also slowly walked beside the snow python. The big black wolf scanned the crowd in front of him and muttered, "I didn't expect so few people to pass the test." Originally, there were 180,000 to 190,000 people, but now, there were only 4,000 to 5,000 people left. As for the others, there was no doubt that they had all died in the testing grounds. This sacrifice was truly terrifying. Of course. Just like the testing grounds of the Nine Heavens realm. If it wasn't for this young man, who would have been able to complete the test? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The big black wolf nodded. Indeed. With the strength of the snow python, it was enough to sweep through the Nine Heavens realm. Dragon God Hall, what kind of place is this? Qin Feiyang raised his head, his gaze passing through the sea of people, looking into the depths of the Dragon God mountain range with a trace of anticipation in his eyes. But suddenly, his gaze turned and swept across the crowd in front of him. Could the princess of the dragons be mixed in with these people? It seemed that he had to be careful about this matter. Otherwise, if his identity was exposed one day, he wouldn't even know how it was exposed. About an hour later, under Long Chang's lead, a group of people entered the hinterland of the Dragon God mountain range. Giant peaks that were tens of thousands of feet tall towered into the sky. Tall ancient trees were incomparably tall and strong. Between the mountains, clouds and mist lingered, waterfalls were everywhere, and there wasn't even a single beast. As far as the eye could see, it was like a fairyland. It was incomparably quiet and peaceful. The essence chi that filled the air was also as dense as the ocean. Cultivating here was definitely twice the result with half the effort. In front of them, more than 10 miles away, stood two giant peaks. Whether it was the shape or the height of the mountains, they were exactly the same. From afar, they looked like two giant swords that towered into the clouds. Between the two giant peaks, there was a wide and ancient stone staircase that reached into the clouds. Next to the stone staircase, there was a tall stone tablet. On it, 3 bold and powerful words were engraved. Dragon God Hall. This is the entrance to the Dragon God Hall. And this stone staircase is the only way to reach the Dragon God Hall. Long Chan led a group of people to land in front of the stone staircase and said, "The only way?" Qin Feiyang frowned without leaving a trace. This stone staircase couldn't be the same as the sky staircase of the Nine Heavens Palace and have the ability to distinguish between real and fake, right? Let's go! Long Chan waved his hand and took the lead, turning into a stream of light and flying up. Fly up? Qin Feiyang was stunned and raised his head to look at Long Chan. Since Long Chan flew up, the stone staircase shouldn't have such an ability. The others also stepped on the stone staircase and ran up with anticipation. However, the snow python didn't dare to go up. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. I'm a bit scared, the snow python said hesitantly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh and pointed at the young man lying on the stone staircase. He said with a smile, "With him protecting you, what are you afraid of? Let's go!" But the Lord of the Dragon God Hall is very strong. He was the one who suppressed me and sent me to the assessment ground, the snow python said. Suppressed you? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "So, his strength has already surpassed the Nine Heavens realm?" "Yes." The snow python nodded and said in a deep voice, "According to my speculation, he should also be a half-step invincible realm. There's nothing to be afraid of." Qin Feiyang smiled. Sigh. The snow python helplessly sighed and flew up with the young man on its back. Qin Feiyang also took a tentative step forward and walked up the first step. The stone staircase didn't respond. This time. He was finally completely relieved and quickly caught up with the big black wolf. However, the defensive measures of the Dragon God Hall were too weak. It was not even as good as the Nine Heavens Palace. After passing through layers of clouds, the top of the stone staircase quickly appeared in everyone's sight. However, right at that moment, everyone was stopped. On the top step of the stone staircase, there was a stone door that was dozens of feet high. The stone door was golden and emitted a dazzling light. When Long Chong passed by the stone door didn't have any reaction. But when the people behind him passed by the stone door, a golden light curtain appeared on the stone door and bounced them back. What's going on? Everyone looked at the golden light curtain with a stunned face. Don't worry. You can't come in now because you haven't signed the contract. Long Chong turned and looked at the people outside the door and said, Contract? Everyone was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be the fate contract of the dragons? Long Chong looked at the young man on the head of the snow python and said to everyone, Wait here, I'll go and report to the hall master. After saying that, he turned and flew away. Why do we have to sign a contract? Do you know what kind of contract it is? Contract. Could it be a kind of control-type divine technique? This wasn't said in advance. Everyone was discussing. Some people were not happy. Being controlled? Wasn't this the same as handing over their lives to the dragons? Some people expressed their understanding. Otherwise, why would the dragons train you? Give you resources? What if there were spies or betrayals? Then wouldn't the dragons be training their enemies? Who would do such a loss-making deal? Hearing everyone's discussion, the big black wolf swallowed his saliva and said, Big brother, why don't we retreat? Retreat? Why? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. I'm willing to be controlled by you. Because if I don't make a mistake, you won't kill me. But being controlled by the dragons, to be honest, I'm a little scared. The big black wolf secretly said. You're so timid? Qin Feiyang despised. This isn't a matter of being timid. You know better than me the dragons' methods. If you're controlled by them, you'll become cannon fodder sooner or later. The big black wolf said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, let's wait and see. You just won't give up until you hit the wall. The big black wolf couldn't help but feel weak and regretful. Instead of staying in the black tortoise realm, he had to come here to join in the fun. Now he had to pay with his life. Swish! Not long after, two figures descended in front of the stone door. One of them was Long Chong. The other was also a middle-aged man. He was about 1.8 meters tall, either fat nor thin. He wore a purplish gold robe and a purplish gold crown on his head. His hands were behind his back, his gaze was as sharp as an arrow, and his aura was earth-shattering. Those with weaker cultivations almost felt suffocated. Long Chong shouted, Hurry up and pay your respects to the palace master. He's the palace master of the Dragon God Palace? Greetings, palace master. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly knelt down on the stone stairs in unison. Without a doubt, Qin Feiyang, the big black wolf, and the young man once again became the focus of attention. Because they were the only ones who didn't kneel. And the snow python was already panicking to the extreme. You still dare to be arrogant in front of the palace master? Long Chong glanced at Qin Feiyang's group and the big black wolf, and a wisp of killing intent instantly flashed in his eyes. He pointed at the young man that lay on the snow python's head and said, My lord, it was he who destroyed my body. Finished. Long Chong then pointed at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf, and said sinisterly, And them, they have also repeatedly looked down on us dragons. If you're useless, you'll find someone to help you. You're really shameless. The big black wolf secretly snorted. The palace master of the Dragon God Palace looked at the young man, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf, and finally looked at the snow python. My lord, The snow python was like a frightened rabbit, and it almost jumped up. However, the palace master of the Dragon God Palace did not make a move, nor did he say a word. He took out a diamond-shaped crystal from his bosom and handed it to Long Chong. This crystal was the size of an adult's palm. It was completely blood-red, as if it had been soaked in blood. It emitted an obscure aura. Long Chong took the crystal and looked at the palace master of the Dragon God Palace in a daze. He originally thought that the palace master of the Dragon God Palace would kill Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf, but he did not expect that he would not do anything. Speed. The palace master of the Dragon God Palace raised his eyebrows. Yes. Long Chong quivered and hurriedly bowed in response. He walked out of the stone door and stood on the top step. He shouted, "This is the divine stone of fate. As long as you drip a drop of blood on it, it will be considered a contract. In the future, you will be able to freely pass through this door. Now line up and come one by one." As Long Chang's voice fell, the people standing at the front stepped forward one by one and cut their fingertips. Drops of blood continuously dripped onto the divine stone of fate. And the blood that dripped onto it was also absorbed by the divine stone of fate. Chapter 24-24. It would take some time to gather 4,000 to 5,000 people. Qin Feiyang didn't say a word as he watched their expressions change. Everyone seemed to reveal a trace of panic after dripping blood on their bodies. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice. "Big wolf dog, I'll remove my control over you right now." Saying so, he secretly removed his control over the big black wolf. The big black wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. This surprise came too suddenly, he was caught off guard. Qin Feiyang smiled. "You're free now, you can leave if you want." "You're abandoning me?" The big black wolf was stunned and asked secretly. Qin Feiyang was speechless. "I've opened the door of potential for you, and helped you improve your cultivation. What else do you want? Don't tell me you're really going to rely on me." "Of course. Unless you give me Big Sister's axe. Otherwise, even if you have the coiling dragon staff, don't think you can chase me away." The big black wolf snorted. "Scoundrel!" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. The big black wolf laughed. "I'm a scoundrel, what can you do about it?" "Up to you." Qin Feiyang shook his head. About an hour later. Finally, it was Qin Feiyang, the young man, and the big black wolf's turn. The big black wolf transmitted his voice. "Big brother, it's not too late to run now." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he looked up at the young man and smiled. "Brother, don't sleep anymore." The young man slowly opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "Have we arrived?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. He wanted to let the young man go first and see his reaction. The young man rubbed his eyes and yawned as if he would never wake up. Then, he jumped down from the snow python's head and landed beside Long Chong. "That, please drip a drop of blood on it." Long Chong held the divine stone of fate with both hands and respectfully handed it to the young man. "Dripping blood?" The young man looked at the stone of fate in surprise. Without saying anything, he cut his finger and dropped a drop of blood onto the stone, which was quickly absorbed. After the divine stone of fate absorbed the blood, the young man looked at the divine stone of fate in surprise. "How strange!" Qin Feiyang felt a chill in his heart. However, the young man still didn't say anything. He turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "It's your turn." Qin Feiyang noticed a trace of disdain in the young man's eyes. This wasn't disdain for him, but disdain for the stone of fate. Since the young man was so disdainful, he had nothing to worry about. Qin Feiyang walked over, cut his finger, and dripped a drop of blood on it. Seeing this, the big black wolf could only helplessly follow. After the stone of fate absorbed the blood, Qin Feiyang's expression froze. He could feel that his soul seemed to have been shackled out of nowhere. And this shackle was enough to destroy his soul. This seemed to be the fate contract of the dragons? Because this feeling was exactly the same as the last time he entered Divine Land and was controlled by the princess of the dragons. Just in a different way. When the princess of the dragons controlled him, it was a milky white mark. But this time, it was directly dripping blood on the stone of fate. But the effect should be the same. It could erase the other party's soul. Big brother, you're in big trouble. After the big black wolf dripped blood, he stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If it was really the fate contract, he wasn't afraid at all. Because the slave seal could be removed. And you? Long Chan looked at the snow python again. The snow python looked at the young man. The young man nodded. The snow python sighed. Like the big black wolf, its expression was full of helplessness. Finally, everyone was dripping blood. Behind the stone door was a large square that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Everyone was gathered in the square at this moment, looking ahead with surprise in their eyes. And the young man jumped on the snow python's head again and closed his eyes to take a nap. The snow python carried the young man and followed Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. They crossed the stone door and stood behind the crowd, looking at the Dragon God Palace. The entire Dragon God Palace was made up of floating islands. They were of different sizes. But even the smallest island was several times larger than the Ninth Heaven Palace. Qin Feiyang made a preliminary calculation. With his current speed, it would take him half a day to cross the smallest island. Not to mention the largest island, it might take him several days. And below the island, there was an endless sea of clouds. This is too spectacular! Although I have heard that the Dragon God Palace is floating above the sea of clouds, I don't know how shocking it is until I see it with my own eyes. And did you notice it? The essence here is so rich. Not only that, but also the energy of the spirit vein and crystal vein. People muttered. Long Chang smiled proudly and said, "The sea of clouds you see is the energy of the spirit vein and crystal vein." What? Everyone was dumbfounded. This time, even Qin Feiyang couldn't stay calm. The energy of the spirit vein and crystal vein could actually transform into an endless sea of clouds? How many spirit veins and crystal veins did it take to reach this level? The big black wolf rolled his eyes and secretly laughed. Big brother, I'm starting to look forward to it. Me too, Qin Feiyang transmitted. If they could loot all the spirit vein and crystal vein of the Dragon God Palace, then the Black Tortoise world would definitely undergo earth-shattering changes. Because until now, other than the Devil's Land, the Black Tortoise world didn't have a single spirit vein or crystal vein. In other words, right now, the creatures of the Black Tortoise world were still absorbing essence to cultivate. How could the speed of absorbing essence chi and cultivating compare to refining soul stones? A bunch of bumpkins. Long Chan looked at Qin Feiyang and the others disdainfully, flew to the front of the Dragon God Palace Master, and respectfully handed over the Divine Stone of Destiny. The Dragon God Palace Master took the Divine Stone of Destiny, and the corner of his mouth immediately pursed into a sneer, lowering his head to look at the young man lying on the snow python's head. The young man had his eyes closed, completely unaware. A hint of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the Dragon God Palace Master. In all the years he had been in charge of the Dragon God Palace, no one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Kneel! He suddenly opened his mouth, and like a bell, it shook the blood of everyone present. Kneel? Who are you telling to kneel? Everyone immediately raised their heads and looked at the Dragon God Palace Master in surprise. But when they saw the Dragon God Palace Master staring at the young man, they understood in their hearts. It turned out that he was telling the young man to kneel. Qin Feiyang looked at the Dragon God Palace Master, who suddenly became angry, then looked at the young man who was still sleeping soundly, and frowned slightly. Big brother? What's going on? This person didn't say anything before, why is he suddenly angry now? Big Black Wolf was surprised. Qin Feiyang didn't answer, and his gaze swept back and forth between the Dragon God Palace Master and the young man. Suddenly, he looked at the Divine Stone of Destiny in the hands of the Dragon God Palace Master, and revealed a look of understanding. Because of the Divine Stone of Destiny. Qin Feiyang glanced at Big Black Wolf and thought to himself. Divine Stone of Destiny? Big Black Wolf was stunned. Yes. Long Chang must have told this person about the young man's strength. Facing such an unfathomable young man, this person isn't confident, so he endured and didn't say anything before. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. I see. He's waiting for the young man to drip blood. After the young man is controlled by the divine stone of destiny, the young man's life will be in his hands, so he has no qualms about making a move now. Big Black Wolf thought to himself. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. This person is very shrewd. Big Black Wolf looked at the Dragon God Palace Master with fear. Without shrewdness, how can he control such a big Dragon God Palace? However, speaking of which, Qin Feiyang's expression became playful. However what? Big Black Wolf was suspicious. Wait for a good show, Qin Feiyang thought to himself. The disdain shown by the young man was enough to show that he didn't care about the divine stone of destiny at all. Big Black Wolf was stunned, looked up at the young man, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The young man was still lying on the head of the snow python, snoring. He actually fell asleep so quickly? Such a strong person, and he's still so sleepy? He must have contracted some strange disease, right? People were also extremely speechless. And when the Dragon God Palace Master saw this, his face became more and more gloomy. Long Chang on the side also had a look of astonishment. Obviously, he also didn't expect that the Dragon God Palace Master would suddenly attack. But like Qin Feiyang, when he saw the divine stone of destiny in the hands of the Dragon God Palace Master, he immediately understood. It wasn't that the Palace Master didn't attack before, but he was waiting for the right time. And now, the time has come. The Palace Master told you to kneel, didn't you hear? Thinking of this, Long Chang's face was full of sneers, and he was no longer afraid. He landed on the head of the snow python and directly kicked the young man. The young man immediately rolled down like a rubber ball and hit the ground. And the snow python was so scared that it collapsed on the spot. The people crowded in the square immediately retreated one after another. What's going on? The young man got up, scratched his head, and looked at everyone with sleepy eyes. Qin Feiyang and Big Black Wolf looked at each other, both speechless. He was kicked down, and he didn't even know. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. It's really a miracle that this person can live until now. How did this young master fall down? The young man looked confused, looked at the snow python, and said, Little reptile, did you throw this young master down? The snow python shook its head repeatedly, like a rattledrum. The young man noticed Long Chang again and frowned. Why are you standing on the head of this young master's mount? Long Chang was also extremely speechless. What kind of freak is this? Cough, cough. Brother, let me give you a friendly reminder, he was the one who kicked you down. And our palace master asked you to kneel. Big Black Wolf really couldn't stand it anymore, and looked at the young man and said, Kick down? Kneel? The young man was stunned. Long Chang stood on the head of the snow python, looking down at Qin Feiyang and Big Black Wolf, and said, Not only him, but also you, immediately kneel to this seat. Are you looking at this emperor bird? Big Black Wolf rolled its eyes. Qin Feiyang also directly ignored it. Long Chang was so angry that he was trembling, looked up at the Dragon God Palace Master, and said angrily, Master, did you see that? After entering the Dragon God Palace, they are still so arrogant, they don't put us dragons in their eyes at all. The Dragon God Palace Master's face was gloomy. At this very moment, merely the gloomy expression on his face was enough to make everyone present feel fear. Chapter 24-25. Li Buer, quickly kneel down and apologize. Bear with it for a while. How can you guys have a good ending for challenging the Lord of the Temple? Don't implicate us. The people around all transmitted their voices. They were afraid of being implicated. If you're afraid of being implicated, then get lost. The Big Black Wolf shouted coldly. It's for your own good, and you don't appreciate it. Fine. Do you want to die? Up to you. Everyone glared at the big black wolf angrily and left the square. They stood above the sea of clouds with sneers in their eyes. Long Chang looked at the two people and the wolf again and said in a deep voice, "I advise you not to challenge the patience of the Lord of the Temple. Have you said enough?" The young man's voice sounded. Swoosh! As he spoke, the young man took a step forward and instantly appeared on the head of the snow python. He stretched out his arm and grabbed Long Chang. "What are you trying to do?" Long Chang panicked and hurriedly shouted. "What am I doing? In this life, other than my parents, no one has dared to point at me, let alone kick me. You're the first. Tell me, how should I repay you?" The young man chuckled, still as lazy as ever. Long Chang cried out in horror. "Lord of the Temple, save me!" Now, he only had the dragon's soul left. If he was killed again, even if the heavenly king descended, he wouldn't be able to save him. The Lord of the Dragon God Temple looked at the young man gloomily and said, "Do you know what you're doing now?" And then? The young man raised his head and looked at the Lord of the Dragon God Temple with a trace of playfulness on his listless face. "Your blood has been absorbed by the Stone of Destiny. The destiny contract has been formed. Now I only need to erase the blood you left in the Stone of Destiny, and your soul will disappear. Do you know what it means to have your soul disappear? It means death." The Lord of the Dragon God Temple laughed sinisterly. "So it's the destiny contract. I've long heard of this kind of contract. I didn't expect it to be used on us today. Looks like we won't be able to escape from the dragons from now on." Hearing the Lord of the Dragon God Temple's words, everyone couldn't help but feel terrified. "Big brother, did you hear that? I told you not to enter the Dragon God's palace, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at you, your life is in their hands." When the big black wolf heard this, it was also incomparably remorseful. "Don't worry. A mere fate contract is nothing to me." Qin Feiyang smiled. As long as it was indeed a fate contract, there was nothing to worry about. "What do you mean?" When the big black wolf heard this, it looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "I was once controlled by a fate contract, but aren't I still alive and well? Have you been controlled before?" The big black wolf was stunned. Suddenly, a trace of understanding appeared in its eyes. It said in surprise, "You can come into contact with fate contracts?" Qin Feiyang said. "If you want, I can remove it now." "Ha ha!" The big black wolf immediately laughed in its heart. It turned out that Qin Feiyang was confident. No wonder he was not worried at all. Now, it was relieved. "Obliterate the divine soul," the young man muttered to himself. "You are indeed very strong, but as long as you are controlled by the Fate God's stone, no matter how strong you are, it is useless. If this seed wants to kill you now, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. So I advise you, you better be obedient. And my Dragon God Palace only needs obedient dogs." The Dragon God Palace Master said coldly. "What? Only obedient dogs? He actually treats us all like dogs. Too much, too much. Before controlling us, this was not his attitude." Those standing above the sea of clouds suddenly had angry looks on their faces. Although the Dragon God Palace Master's words were said to the young man, as long as one was not an idiot, one could tell that it included them. But they only dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. Not to mention that their lives were being controlled. Even if they were not facing the dragons, they would not dare to be rash. Not to mention, the other party was the Dragon God Palace Master. The young man was stunned. He looked at the Dragon God Palace Master and said, "In other words, this young master can only choose to be obedient?" "That's right." The Dragon God Palace Master nodded. "Obedient," the young man murmured. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth rose, and he smiled at the Dragon God Palace Master. His 5 fingers slightly exerted force. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Long Chang's soul shattered on the spot. "What? He actually dares to attack?" Seeing this scene, those standing above the sea of clouds all widened their eyes in anger. His life was being controlled by the divine stone of fate, and he still dared to kill? Was he not afraid at all? The Dragon God Palace Master was also caught off guard by this scene. He originally thought that the young man would not dare to be presumptuous again. But he did not expect that he would kill Long Chong in the blink of an eye. Although Long Chong was weak, he was a dragon after all, and he was also the law enforcement palace master of the Dragon God Palace. Wasn't this behavior provoking them dragons? Boom! When the Dragon God Palace Master thought of this, his killing intent soared. A monstrous divine aura rolled toward the young man like a torrent. What's going on? This is the Palace Master's divine aura. Who angered the Palace Master? In the distance, on those islands, one figure after another flew out, stood in the air above the islands, and looked towards the entrance. Their faces were full of shock and bewilderment. The young man shook his head and sighed. Don't fight with this young master anymore. You deserve to die 10,000 times. The Dragon God Palace Master roared, his killing intent soaring into the sky. His divine sense poured into the divine stone of fate, obviously wanting to erase the blood left by the young man inside. Why won't you listen? The young man spread out his hands, looking very helpless. Whoosh! In the next instant, the young man appeared in front of the Dragon God Palace Master and pointed at the Dragon God Palace Master's forehead. What? So fast? The Dragon God Palace Master's expression changed, and he retreated without hesitation. But at the same time, a destructive aura suddenly erupted from the young man's fingertip. The Dragon God Palace Master's forehead immediately split open, and blood flowed out. Immediately after, with a crack, the Dragon God Palace Master's head exploded like a watermelon, and flesh and blood flew all over the sky. His body was also torn apart. Finally, with a bang, his body was also shattered. Whoosh! A black divine dragon escaped from the flesh and blood. It was the dragon soul of the Dragon God Palace Master. At this moment, his eyes were full of horror. With the power of a finger, his head was shattered. Was this person really just a half-step undying realm? The young man no longer paid attention to the dragon soul of the Dragon God Palace Master. He grabbed the divine stone of fate and shook his head. This place is getting more and more boring. Why don't we go directly to meet the ancestral dragons and dragon sovereigns? Qin Feiyang and Big Black Wolf were astonished. This guy was too arrogant. But they had to admit that this person was really strong. Let's not talk about what his cultivation level was, because no one could see through it. Just now, his strength was enough to kill the Dragon God Palace Master. Perhaps only the ancestral dragons and dragon sovereigns could subdue him. And the others in the Sea of Clouds, including the Dragon God Palace Master, were even more shocked when they heard the young man's words. He actually wanted to run to the ancestral dragons and dragon sovereigns? Who the hell was this person? Forget it. The young man pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, Anyway, they will take the initiative to come to me sooner or later. I'll just wait for them here. The Dragon God Palace Master was completely speechless. He really had to prepare to fight the ancestral dragons and dragon sovereigns. You'd better go find them now. My Dragon God Palace is too small to accommodate a great god like you. This was from the bottom of his heart. The Dragon God Palace Master was really scared. If such a terrifying guy stayed in the Dragon God Palace, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? He's actually scared? This is really a strange story. His body was shattered with a wave of his hand. How could he not be afraid? If it were me, I would also be like him, praying to the gods and Buddha to send this person away. Qin Feiyang and the Big Black Wolf discussed in a low voice. The young man glanced at the Dragon God Palace, then returned to the snow python's head and continued to lie down, playing with the divine stone of fate, and said, It's a little small, but it's okay, I don't mind. The Dragon God Palace Master wanted to cry but had no tears. It seemed that this person couldn't be sent away even if he wanted to. Wasn't this too unlucky to have attracted such a fiend? The Dragon God Palace Master said, Then can you return the divine stone of fate to me? This young master will help you keep it first. The young man said, No way. This was personally refined by the Dragon Sovereign. If I lose it, I won't be able to keep my life. Take it as me begging you, okay? The Dragon God Palace Master exclaimed. If you didn't provoke this young master, would this divine stone of fate have fallen into this young master's hands now? Enough. Stop arguing, this young master wants to rest. That's right. Long Chang is dead, then the position of the law enforcement palace master is for this young master to play with. With that, the young man put the divine stone of fate into his body, no longer paying attention to the Dragon God Palace Master, and closed his eyes to take a nap. The Dragon God Palace Master was about to cry. His physical body was gone, and the divine stone of fate was lost. How was he going to explain this to the Dragon Sovereign? Hee. Now you know how to cry. What were you doing earlier? The big black wolf laughed at his misfortune. Shut up. The Dragon God Palace Master glared at the big black wolf. The big black wolf ran directly to the young man's side and shouted. Tried being fierce again? The Dragon God Palace Master's mentality immediately exploded. Being bullied by a human was one thing, but now even a dog was riding on his head to behave atrociously. Just you wait. I will make you pay the price. The Dragon God Palace Master secretly snorted, then turned and left dejectedly. What's going on? Why is the Palace Master only left with his divine soul? Where's his physical body? When the Dragon God Palace Master passed through the air above the major islands, the people on the islands were extremely surprised and bewildered. On the square! At this moment, there was also a dead silence. Everyone looked at the young man, their expressions were very interesting. There was shock. There was doubt. And there was also fear that couldn't be dispelled. Did you see what happened to Long Chang and the Dragon God Palace Master? This is the result of going against us. In the future, behave yourselves for this emperor. The big black wolf stood on the head of the snow python proudly, looking at those people and shouting. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone nodded and bowed, their faces full of flattery. Although it was a dog, there was no other way. Who asked it to have such a good relationship with the young man? Chapter 24-26. Qin Feiyang glanced at the big black wolf. Although this guy likes to show off, its loyalty is still good. Let it be. Anyway, these people need to be taught a lesson. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man again. The divine stone of fate. This thing is not ordinary. Controlling the divine stone of fate is equivalent to controlling the entire Dragon God Palace. Now, he couldn't help but start to doubt the young man's motives. Did the young man enter the Dragon God Palace for the divine stone of fate? But that's not right. If it's really for the divine stone of fate, why didn't he leave now that he got it? Who exactly is this person? Also, this person mentioned his parents before. If he himself was so strong, then how strong were his parents? Mystery. I can't figure it out at all. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. Let's not care about this first. Let's remove the divine stone of fate first. Because no one knows if the young man will return the divine stone of fate to the Dragon God Palace Master. If it is returned to the Dragon God Palace Master, then he and the big black wolf will definitely be threatened by the Dragon God Palace Master. Or even directly erase their divine souls. And it is impossible for him to stay with the young man every day. There is no way to prevent this. So, when it comes to life and death, he can't rely on luck. At this point, Qin Feiyang's mind moved and secretly operated the slave seal. Crack! The shackles that bound the divine soul were shattered at once. At the same time, the young man opened his eyes with a trace of suspicion and took out the divine stone of fate. He can actually sense it? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Fortunately, the person controlling the divine stone of fate is the young man. If it is the Dragon God Palace Master, there will definitely be big trouble. The young man looked at the divine stone of fate for a while, then suddenly turned his head to glance at Qin Feiyang. There was a trace of meaning in his lazy eyes. But he didn't say anything, put away the divine stone of fate, closed his eyes and dozed off. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know the identity of the young man, at least for now, this person has no ill intentions towards him. If you follow us in the future, you might have a way out. But if you dare to go against us, you won't even know how you died. Do you understand? The big black wolf was still acting cool. Valiant, high-spirited, and awe-inspiring. Understood. The group of people nodded repeatedly. The big black wolf smiled proudly, jumped down from the snow python's head, ran to Qin Feiyang's side, and laughed. I never thought that there would be a day where I could be arrogant in the Dragon God Palace. This time, I can really hold my head up high. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, Be careful. The higher you jump, the more painful it will be when you fall. Of course not. The big black wolf shook its head. With the young man's support, who would dare to scheme against it? Qin Feiyang shook his head. This damned dog was a classic example of not shedding tears until it entered the coffin. It was true that he had the support of the young man now, but what about in the future? Who could guarantee that the young man would always protect them? In the end, he might even become the young man's enemy. Life was unpredictable. Li Bu or Lord Wolf, what should we do next? We can't just stand here forever. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. Originally, they wanted to ask the young man, but the young man was sleeping. Who dared to disturb him? So they took a step back and asked Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. The big black wolf couldn't handle it. It didn't know anything about the Dragon God Palace. How would it know how to deal with it? Qin Feiyang was also at a loss. Long Chang was supposed to lead the way, but Long Chang was dead. Long Chang's death was not a big deal, because there was still the Dragon God Palace Master. But the Dragon God Palace Master had also been beaten away. There was no other way. They couldn't just barge in recklessly. Whoosh! At this moment, accompanied by the sound of air breaking, an old man with white hair and a pure white robe, who looked like an immortal, flew over. Everyone looked at the old man. The white-robed old man landed on the sea of clouds with a kind face, like an immortal descending to the mortal world. His aura is very strong, the big black wolf whispered. Qin Feiyang nodded. The aura exuded by this old man was not inferior to the snow python at all. He must also be a peak ninth heaven realm. I am the Deputy Palace Master of the Law Enforcement Palace. I have specially come to greet the Palace Master. As the white-robed old man spoke, he looked at the young man lying on the snow python's head. What? Palace Master? The Dragon God Palace Master really agreed to let him be the Palace Master of the Law Enforcement Palace. Everyone was stunned. They all thought that the Dragon God Palace Master would take this matter as a joke. But they didn't expect that he would send someone to welcome him in the blink of an eye. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf also looked at each other. What did the Dragon God Palace Master want to do? The Palace Master of the Law Enforcement Palace was the most important position in the Dragon God Palace. How could he be so careless? Big brother. Is this what the Dragon God Palace Master plans to do? Agree to the young man first, hold him down, and wait for the Dragon Sovereign and the other ancestral dragons to come, then slowly settle the score? The big black wolf transmitted its voice. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Not bad, you know how to think about problems. This emperor is smart, okay? It's just that I don't like to use my brain usually. The big black wolf sneered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, looking at the white-robed old man. Don't say it. Maybe it was just as the big black wolf said, this was just a delaying tactic. Looking at the young man again. His eyes were closed, and there was no reaction at all. Snore! There was even a faint snoring sound. Obviously. He fell asleep again. The white-robed old man smiled helplessly, looked at everyone, and said, Follow this old man. With that, the white-robed old man turned and flew towards the first island on the opposite side. The group of people hurriedly followed. Big brother, I don't seem to feel the aura of a divine dragon on him? The big black wolf stared at the back of the white-robed old man and muttered. I don't feel it either. I think he's not a divine dragon, but a human, Qin Feiyang said. The big black wolf said in surprise. A human can also get to the position of the Deputy Palace Master of the Law Enforcement Palace? What does that have to do with anything? The Deputy Palace Master doesn't have much real power. As long as the Palace Masters of the various halls are dragons, then the entire Dragon God Palace is basically under the control of the dragons, Qin Feiyang said. In name only. The big black wolf nodded in realization. Don't worry about this for now, bear with it, don't say anything, I'll help you remove the fate contract, Qin Feiyang secretly said, and then formed a seal with both hands. So fast? The big black wolf was slightly stunned, and then mentally prepared himself. Qin Feiyang glanced in front of him, and seeing that no one was paying attention, he pressed the slavery seal into the top of the big black wolf's head. The big black wolf's face suddenly became distorted. He finally knew that the way to remove the fate contract was to use the slavery seal. Crack! Very soon. The fate contract that bound the big black wolf was also removed. It's good to regain my freedom. The big black wolf couldn't help but want to roar. Wait! Big brother. If the fate contract is removed, how are we going to pass through the entrance in the future? Only those who signed the fate contract could freely enter and exit. But now that the fate contract was gone, that meant that they would never be able to leave the Dragon God Palace again. Isn't that the same as trapping themselves in a cage? Don't worry. I already knew that there would be a way. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. All right then. This emperor will be in charge of raiding and robbing. The big black wolf snickered. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He had never seen him think of anything good. A few moments later, under the guidance of the white-robed old man, they finally arrived at the first island. Above the island, there were a lot of people standing there, curiously looking at Qin Feiyang's group. This place is called the first island of the Dragon God Palace. Everyone who enters the Dragon God Palace starts from here. Wait a bit, you guys can go find a cave and rest first. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask the master of the first island, or ask those old people who came in before you. The white-robed old man turned to look at everyone and smiled. Someone asked, What about the other islands? The other islands are all better than the first island, but you'll have to rely on your own ability to meet certain requirements before you can enter. Do your best. After the white-robed old man finished speaking, he looked at the snow python and said, Bring the palace master and follow me. He's not with us? The big black wolf was stunned and hurriedly asked. Of course. He's now the law enforcement palace master of our Dragon God Palace. Naturally, he won't stay with you disciples. The white-robed old man said, then turned and flew towards the Dragon God Palace. The snow python looked at Qin Feiyang for help. Go! Qin Feiyang smiled. Sigh. The snow python sighed and could only carry the young man and fly towards the white-robed old man. It couldn't stay in the Dragon God Palace for a moment longer. But it had no choice, the young man was sleeping on its head, how could it dare to escape? The newcomer is here. Quick, quick, quick. Prepare the welcoming ceremony. As soon as the white-robed old man left, the people on the island became excited. Welcoming ceremony? There's no need for that. Someone said with a smile. No, no, no. It wasn't easy for you to pass the assessment. No matter what, we have to welcome you to show our respect. Are you ready? The people on the island laughed. It's embarrassing. All right. It's hard to refuse such kindness, we're ready. The group of 4,000 to 5,000 people all had smiles on their faces. These disciples of the Dragon God Palace were quite easy to get along with. Step back. Qin Feiyang glanced at the people on the island, said something to the big black wolf, and silently stepped back. What are you doing? Isn't this a welcoming ceremony? The big black wolf was suspicious. This kind of welcoming ceremony is definitely not a good thing. Qin Feiyang laughed. He remembered that there was also such a welcoming ceremony in the spiritual state's sacred palace. And this welcoming ceremony was a foot-washing ceremony. At that time, he was caught off guard and his whole body was wet. However, those who splashed the water to wash his feet also paid a heavy price. So, he wouldn't suffer the same loss twice. The ceremony begins. Brother, don't be shy, throw it. With a loud roar, almost everyone standing above the island took out a colorful balloon from their interspatial ring. Then, they grabbed the balloons and threw them at the 4,000 to 5,000 people. Balloons? Is it so childish? The 4,000 to 5,000 people were still laughing. Whoosh! When those balloons hit their bodies, they immediately exploded. Orange-yellow water splashed out like a waterfall. Except for Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf, almost everyone was completely wet. Chapter 24-27. Sure enough. All of them aren't young anymore, yet they're still playing such childish tricks. Wait. This isn't right. What's this smell? The group of people smelled the odor on their bodies, and their faces suddenly changed. This isn't water. This is, immediately. Everyone raised their heads and glared at the people on the island. What's wrong? Are you satisfied with this welcome ceremony? This is something we specially collected from the beasts. The people on the island laughed mockingly. You bastards! Someone roared. Aya! Don't look like you're going to bite people. When we entered the Dragon God Palace before, we also received this treatment. Do you know why there is such a different welcome ceremony? It's because of the dragons. The dragons want to humiliate us on purpose. Entering the Dragon God Palace, we have already lost our dignity as human beings because we are traitors to humanity. And doing this again is to completely destroy our last trace of dignity. In the future, we will be like dogs, listening to their orders and working for them. The people on the island said. Hearing these words, the 4,000 to 5,000 people fell silent. Now do you feel that the Dragon God Palace is not as good as you thought before? That's for sure. Once upon a time, we were just like you, full of longing for the Dragon God Palace. Let's not talk too much, at least have a little respect. But that's not the case. When you enter the Dragon God Palace, you will know how cruel this place is, and how lowly humans are. To say something that you can't accept, we're worse than animals. But so what? There's no turning back. So, the same goes for all of you. From now on, be obedient dogs of the dragons. Haha, this is the price to pay for entering the Dragon God Palace. It's too late to regret. Accompanied by loud laughter, the people standing on the island disappeared into the mountains below like lightning. Damn, fortunately, Big Brother, you had the foresight. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Big Black Wolf looked at those embarrassed people and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Sigh. Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh. He glanced at the 4,000 or 5,000 people in front of him, and there was a trace of sympathy in his eyes. They all came here with dreams. He knew it too. Entering the Dragon God Temple, for example, would be met with contempt by the dragons. But just like what those people said before, even though humans were ruled by dragons, at the very least, they would at least leave them some dignity. But as soon as he entered the Dragon God Palace, he received a sharp warning. It turned out that everything was just a figment of his imagination. The real Dragon God Temple was a place filled with darkness and no dignity. That's right. In the Dragon God Temple, they were just dogs raised by the dragons. Many people began to regret their decision. In order to come to this place, he had gone through a dangerous trial, but what did he get in return? It was humiliation. He didn't even have the chance to be a human anymore. But was it too late to regret it now? It was too late. Qin Feiyang shook his head, retracted his gaze, looked at the big black wolf, and said, Let's go! All right. The big black wolf laughed gloatingly and followed Qin Feiyang towards the island. They did not choose to directly pass through, but to bypass those people. Why aren't they splashed? What's this? Why are we the only ones who are splashed and they aren't? Suddenly, someone discovered Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. Seeing that they were clean, A trace of hostility immediately crept up on their faces. A portion of them even rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. "What are you doing?" The big black wolf was shocked and quickly shouted. "What are we doing? Since we've all come to the Dragon God Temple, we naturally have to share it together." Someone laughed sinisterly. "Scram!" the big black wolf roared. Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. After knowing the true face of the Dragon God Temple, these people's mentality collapsed, and they were probably going crazy. "We're all drenched, but you guys are fine. You must have known about it long ago. If you knew, why didn't you tell us? Watching us make a fool of ourselves? You guys are really sinister." More and more people joined in. Finally, almost everyone moved. They surrounded Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf, all of them full of hostility. The big black wolf could not help but panic, and said, "If you want to die, then come. What are you relying on to be so arrogant? That young man? It's a pity that he's not here anymore. Besides, I don't care now. You've even become a dog, are you still afraid of death? Damn it, go to hell." 4,000 to 5,000 people laughed sinisterly as they crazily charged towards Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. "Why are they still fighting? Do you still need to think? It must be a mental breakdown. Crazy." The people on the island heard the commotion and ran out one after another. Looking at the chaotic sky above the sea of clouds, there was no sympathy on their faces. "Big brother, what should we do? These people are really crazy," the big black wolf said anxiously. In just an instant, his entire body was covered in blood. Because among these people, there were not only war gods and divine lords, but also paragon gods. And there were quite a few of them. There were even more than a dozen perfected paragon gods. With the strength of Qin Feiyang in it, if they did not think of a way, they would definitely die. The most important thing was now. He could not let Fire Lotus come out to help, nor could he use Fire Lotus's axe. Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely ugly. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that something like this would happen. Boom! Suddenly, a greater success paragon god charged over. The big black wolf's expression changed, and it hurriedly stood in front of Qin Feiyang. The greater success paragon god slapped the big black wolf's body. The big black wolf's body shattered on the spot, leaving only its head. "Run!" the big black wolf roared. "Bastard!" Qin Feiyang's eyes instantly turned red. He sent the big black wolf's head into the ancient castle, then waved his hand. Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan appeared. "Don't leave a single one alive! Kill them all!" Qin Feiyang shouted. "What? He has 2 early-stage 9 Heaven's Realm experts by his side?" The people on the island were shocked. "Yes." Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan responded respectfully. Waves of divine power roared out. Accompanied by miserable howls, the 4,000 to 5,000 people shattered in the void one after another. Their blood was like a downpour, dyeing the void and the sea of clouds red. "How ruthless! He's a fierce person!" The people on the island could not help but feel their scalps go numb. "Stop!" Suddenly, a loud roar exploded somewhere on the first island, followed by a terrifying aura. "This voice, it's the island master!" The eyes of the people on the island trembled. They seemed to be extremely wary. Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan looked at the island in shock, then turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Young master, what should we do? Continue." Qin Feiyang was expressionless. "Yes." The two nodded. Of the 4,000 to 5,000 people, only a little more than 1,000 people were left. "Don't kill us. We didn't mean to." At this moment, they had already woken up. Looking at Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan, their eyes were filled with fear. "Sorry. This is the young master's order," the two said coldly. Their divine power turned into a wave of anger, sweeping across the sky and drowning the 1,000 people in an instant. Accompanied by countless screams, the bodies of the 1,000 people were shattered on the spot. In just a few blinks of an eye, the people who entered the Divine Dragon Palace this time were all killed. The void here was filled with a thick blood mist, like azure hell. After killing, Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan retreated behind Qin Feiyang and stood respectfully. However, there was a faint trace of worry on their faces. Qin Feiyang scanned the island and said without turning his head, "You guys go and take a look at the big wolf dog's injuries." "All right." The two nodded. After sending the two to the castle, Qin Feiyang stepped forward and walked towards the island step by step. "Can't he keep a low profile?" "All right. Then let's keep a high profile." "Am I seeing things? He's actually just a low-level war god." "Wait. It's true. Unbelievable, a low-level war god is actually so powerful?" The people on the island were dumbfounded. To this, Qin Feiyang ignored them and stepped into the sky above the island. Swish! It was also at this moment. A burly man with a bare upper body and a pair of black underpants descended in front of Qin Feiyang. He was about 2 meters tall and looked to be in his 40s. His entire body was filled with an explosive power. He looked at the blood mist above the sea of clouds and his face immediately darkened. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You killed them all?" "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Impudent!" The middle-aged man was furious. If he killed them all, wouldn't that mean that he had worked for nothing this time? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "A bunch of lunatics, what's the use of keeping them? You're still twisting words and forcing logic? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your identity and worth." The middle-aged man raised his fan-like hand and slapped towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took a step back and said indifferently, "Are you reminding me to obediently be your dragon's dog?" This burly man was the dragon's, because he had the aura of a divine dragon. "Dog? You humans are even worse than dogs, okay? If we didn't need you humans as cannon fodder, why would we dragons nurture you lowly creatures? You still dare to hide? Sure. You have guts. Unfortunately, bold people don't have long lives. This island lord will kill you now. Let's see who dares to cause trouble in the Dragon God Palace in the future." The middle-aged man released his pressure and imprisoned Qin Feiyang. He was also at the perfection 9th heaven realm. "All of you, watch carefully. This is the result of disobedience." The middle-aged man swept his gaze across the people on the island below and landed in front of Qin Feiyang with one step. He slapped his palm towards Qin Feiyang's head. "Hey! Do you think we're still outside? We're in the Dragon God Palace now. Being arrogant here is courting death. You're still too young. Since you've already lost your dignity as a human and entered the Dragon God Palace, what's the point of keeping your arrogance? Arrogance will only kill you." The people on the island below shook their heads. However, they suddenly discovered that Qin Feiyang's expression was unexpectedly calm. As if he wasn't afraid at all. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.